Good evening, one and all. Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Seminar on World Mental Health, Make Mental Health and Well-Being for All a Global Priority and Sustainable Development 2022. Today, on the occasion of World Mental Health Day, and also this entire month is commemorated as World Mental Health Awareness Month, with the theme Making Mental Health and Well-Being for All a Global Priority. We are also commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, of which this entire international webinar series on holistic health, sustainable development, and well-being, a series of webinars, conferences are organized as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations, a nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and UN Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. So before we start our sessions today, we'll take the blessings of Almighty. Today we don't have like regular PPT sessions and all. Basically, this is a unique kind of seminar where we'll be sharing each one of us, the speakers or presenters would be sharing their experience, professional experience. All are professionals having, experience in mental health as well as other medical health and allied health sciences. So this day, we will be sharing our experiences along with a few case studies if possible. Each speaker will be getting 15 minutes. So we request all the speakers to adhere to the timing so that, we have good number of speakers and limited time so that we can give everyone equal opportunity and equal time for everyone. And we can conclude early in time. So before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty. And there are few instructions before we proceed. Dear friends, you are requested to share your feedback, observations, queries in the chat box while sessions are going on or after the session. So due to limited time, we will be taking all the queries at the end of all the sessions, if any. So any feedback, observation, comments, you can continue sharing in chat box. And for the smooth proceedings, the video and audio both will be disabled for everyone, and each speaker will be given co-host permissions one by one as per the schedule. We'll be inviting each speaker so that they can unmute, they can start their video and start their presentation after brief introduction of the speaker, and speakers can introduce themselves and they can share their experiences within the time limit of 15 seconds. So let's all cooperate with each other, and let's conduct and share our wonderful insights of our professional experience in mental health on this wonderful occasion of World Mental Health Day. So let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's sessions. We once again welcome you to the International Seminar on World Mental Health, Make Mental Health and Well-Being for All a Global Priority and Sustainable Development 2022, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. I myself, Dr. Ravindra RM, moderator and coordinator for this international seminar commemorating World Mental Health Day and World Mental Health Month, October 2022. The World Mental Health Day 2022 is being celebrated today with the theme Make Mental Health and Well-Being for All a Global Priority. While the pandemic has and continues to take its toll on our mental health, the ability to reconnect through World Mental Health Day will provide us with an opportunity to rekindle our efforts to protect and improve our mental health. Many aspects of the mental health has been challenged, and already before the pandemic in 2019, an estimated 1 in 8 people globally were living with a mental disorder. At the same time, services, skills, and funding available for the mental health remain in short supply and fall far below what is needed, especially in low and middle income countries. Growing social and economic inequalities, protracted conflicts, violence, and public health emergencies affect whole populations, threatening progress towards improved well-being, and a staggering 84 million people worldwide were forcibly displaced during 2021. So we must deepen the value and commitment we give to mental health as individuals, communities, and governments and match the value with more commitment, engagement, and investment by all stakeholders across the sectors. So we must strengthen mental health care so that full spectrum of mental health needs is met through the community-based network of accessible, affordable, and quality services and supports. So stigma and discrimination continue to be a barrier to social inclusion and access to the right care. Importantly, we all can play our part in increasing awareness about which preventive mental health interventions work, and World Mental Health Day is an opportunity to do collectively to envision a world in which mental health is valued, promoted, and protected, where everyone has an equal opportunity to enjoy mental health, to exercise their rights, and where everyone can access the mental health care they need. So, based on this theme and short introduction, I request all the speakers to share their valuable insights and experience working in mental health field in the prescribed time. So without taking much time, I would invite the speakers who are empaneled today. I will briefly introduce the speakers for the day. Then we will move on inviting each speaker. Today we have with us Dr. Vidyahari Iyer, founder, Smile Dental Clinic from Chennai, and Howlath Emmanuel, social activist from Nigeria, Aarti Makkar, psychologist from New Delhi, and Professor Thelopius, social worker and counselor, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and Muthay Ramanathan from Chennai Mind Dynamics Center, and Sweetie Jain from Mumbai, psychologist and counselor, Professor Ronald Donnell from USA, Arizona State University, and Sam, assistant professor from Chennai, and Vasant Kumari, post trainer from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, Sangeeta Vasudevan, counselor and psychologist from Bangalore, and we have Mahalakshmi, from psychologist from Delhi, and we have Nagaraj from Bangalore, and we have Arun from Chennai, Rotary Club Bangalore Abilities, and Dr. Chandrakala Diyali, assistant professor, Amity University, and various other speakers, Virendra Kumarji from Uttarakhand, and various other speakers lined up for sharing their experiences and insights with respect to mental health. So with this brief introduction, we will move on to our first speaker for the day. We have Sweetie Jain Birla. She is a practicing psychologist and counselor, and also founder and director of Mind Mirror Paradigm, Mumbai. We welcome you, ma'am, for the international seminar on mental health. We request you to unmute yourself and start your video and presentation. You have 15 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me on this day and to speak on mental health issues and to share some experiences also. Without further ado, I would like to start and share my experience as a mental health professional. Like almost I am in this field as a practicing psychologist for almost 10 years now, and have been working especially with children and adolescents, at the same time adults group also. My experience has been changing a lot. like the time I started and now the time I am in working right now has completely changed. As we still used to say that yes, mental health is a taboo, and people are really not bothered, they don't seek help when they need it. But somehow with lot of awareness programs and webinars like this, people are coming to an awareness and they are able to understand what is their importance, how important one individual is. Because as we know that a mind is a powerhouse of a body. Without a sane mind, a sane body is not possible, because it controls all your emotions, it controls all your actions, and it controls everything. The way you react, the way you respond to the stimulus and situations, everything is controlled by the mind. So until unless a mind is in a healthy position, it's very difficult to adjust, to react in a social life. And we know that human beings are a social animal, right? So it is always advisable, and through our awareness programs also, we tend to reach out to the masses regarding that mental health is not only about depression. That is one thing which I commonly come to hear about mental health, because people tend to associate mental health and depression. They go in hand according to everyone, but that's not true. So we need to first make people aware and understand that depression is a part of mental health illness, but it's not completely mental health disorder, right? There are a lot of various things, somehow still I feel that what we as a mental health professional we need to work on is different aspect of mental health. That is the autism, developmental disorders, other sexual dysfunctional, how it is going to affect our person. A lot of situation which happens in our life, like broken marriage or disturbed marriage, how it affects one person mentally and psychologically and emotionally. These all aspects around us is all related to mental health, right? So we need to make people understand and aware that everything around you is related to mind. That is very, very important, and that is what mental health is actually. Secondly, what I feel is like, as I always say in my webinars, I always focus on parenting. Working with children and adolescents, one thing I have realized that definitely parenting needs to be worked on a lot. So when we talk about parenting, we can have an awareness program on premarital counseling, like those who are into planning to get married or planning to have a child. Before that, how can we counsel the people that are you mentally prepared for that? Because there are a lot of things, we tend to give in for the society pressure, right? That when you're going to have a kid, when you're going to get married. But then if I am not psychologically and mentally prepared that yes, I am ready for that, it is advisable that to please have a second thought. That is very, very important, because it's a huge responsibility. It's completely a full-time commitment. So that need to be made aware of to the people. That is very, very important, which is still lacking, I feel. Thirdly, what I feel is, when we talk about children's mental health, I'm going to talk from child from birth to the end. So when we talk about a children mental health, we also need to talk about the postpartum mental health also. When a mother is given a birth to a child, that need to be taken care, because everything then correlates with it, right? How the mother mental health is affecting how she is reacting, how she is responding to the child's needs and all. So everything, because when we talk about Erickson's theory, so we need to talk about all the needs and the gratification and satisfaction, and how every personality is built on the basis of those gratification of needs. So that need to be taken care, and that also this will happen. So this is a situation and the consequences associated in this way. Next is when we talk about school going children. So as I always believe that life skill is very, very important in a child. teaching life skill things. Life skill doesn't only mean that you need to know that how to deal with the situation. Apart from that, etiquettes, because now what I am observing is during this COVID period, and now when we are coming back to the post COVID, and when we are dealing with children as a school counselor, this is a personal experiences. We are facing a lot of behavioral issues, lack of etiquettes, lack of manners, the way they speak, the way they react, impulsivity, intolerance, everything has increased a lot. So we need to work on that, and every school and colleges and every organization should have a mental health expert to talk on this, to conduct a workshop and webinars on this, to cater the needs, right? So that is very, very important. But still, in India, we feel that yes, definitely we have a lack of professionals on mental health. So we need to work on that, and we need to promote that. We need to encourage people to take this subject actually, which is really, really helpful. Next, what I feel is like when we talk about adulthood, the work pressure, the work politics, the stress and everything, I have seen that still adults don't try to seek help because of that. I am ashamed at how people are going to judge me. This being judged need to be taken care. What I still have observed is like, if we can have a free clinic also, that if we can provide, so that people can be aware that yes, this is a free clinic. I know that let's go, because we are attracted towards certain things which are free. Let us go, what is this? So if they can come, and they will come to know what exactly is mental health, and it's not only that nobody is going to judge you, and you can reach out to help. So at least 1 or 2 sessions if we can provide in a free clinic, so that people can be aware, and then they will be completely in a position to understand that yes, if I have problem, I have to reach out to a professional. That can be, I feel, it can be a awareness thing, and that can be a helpful thing if we can reach out to masses. When we talk about old age, definitely if we can cater the needs of those who are like in the old age home, so that that can be taken care of. Along with that, we can have free programs or some programs for the old age people also, just particularly for them. What is emptiness syndrome? How do we explain that? How to deal with that particular thing? How to deal with the when you are very sad or when you are very depressed in a situation, how can you deal with this? If we can arrange some programs on that, so we can also have mental health marathon also, if we can have it. So these are small, small things which we can take care, and we can make people aware of the like what exactly is mental health and about. And lastly, I would like to speak is about as a whole, if we all can come together, collaborate and work towards it, because India is a huge place and we are all spread out. I'm from Mumbai, sir is from South India. So we all are from different places. If we can collaborate and we can work on the same, then I think that we can do some magic. So this is all I wanted to share my experience, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving your valuable time and sharing experience. This is what actually we are doing. Every time we have provided a free platform where there are no barriers of, no constraints, where we have international speakers, we have emirate professors from senior most, professors joining with 3-4 doctorates and having various experience. And we have a lot of professionals with almost 30-40 years of practice. They are joining us. So this is what we are collaborating, cooperating across the world to create awareness on various issues.
Exactly.
This is what we continuously coming together, and you all kind-hearted professionals are coming, collaborating with us. I mean, we all are collaborating with each other to promote this holistic health. I mean, various aspects, domains of health, sustainable development, which is need of the hour, as you rightly pointed out. And we are also soon planning for a free clinic, which will be permanently set up in Hyderabad initially, where people can just walk in and have all the services for free. And we will collaborate everyone. It's a kind of blended mode where online and offline services are there, and all the speakers and all the our fraternity who have joined and has been part of this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Everyone will have the opportunity where they can get engaged online and offline. We are planning to soon expand this free network across the nation, so everyone can collaborate together and spread this great initiative, like you rightly pointed out, where we can offer services for free. Because not everything we can provide free, but at least as you pointed out, basic information or basic services can be provided for free. Maybe we can also pinch in government and also other CSR organizations where it can be adequately funded, where there is infrastructure or additional equipments are required. So, thank you, ma'am, very much once again for joining us, and it was pleasure to have you on board on this wonderful.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 1 more minute left. So quickly, if anyone has any query, we can just take one query, or we can take it at the end. So you can continue to share your feedback in the chat box. So feedback will be taken at the end of all the sessions. Overall feedback based on which certificates will be issued. So for individual sessions, all the friends are requested to share your comments, observations in the chat box. So with this wonderful session, a great opening for the day, we'll move on to our next speaker for the day. We have Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer from Chennai. She is multi-talented personality, and she's a counselor, psychologist, dentist, and also founder. Smile Dental Clinic, Chennai. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself and start your video, and you can share your experiences in mental health.
Can you hear me, Ravindran sir?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. So good evening, friends, and it's another great occasion to interact with each one of you today. And thank you, Ravindran sir and Mary, for this wonderful opportunity. I would like to share my screen. I made just a slide presentation for all of you. So this would help you understand a lot more of what today really signifies, and how we as individuals can really work out. I think our first speaker had given us, all the insights into how we need to have a life, right? And I think it was from birth till how things work out. Can you see my presentation, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So my topic of today's presentation is going to be overcome to become. So in whatever phase of life all of us are in, I guess we all need to overcome the challenges, and we need to become the person that we have to be in the next phase of life. Let's take an example of, studying junior KG. And a person who has to go to senior KG has to finish the portions of junior KG, right? And only then they get promoted to a senior KG. Similarly, each phase of our life demands a different us. And all of us, you, me, everybody on this universe will be facing a lot of challenges. And when the challenges goes beyond what we can face, that is when the stress, or the happy stress, becomes a negative stress, or it becomes de-stress, right? So when this stress or depression or anxiety or panic attacks or anything of these attacks us, that is when we get mentally down. And as World Health Organization has very clearly said, all of us not only needs to be physically fit, but also mentally fit, right? And that is how they defined health in 1948. So I am here to give you 10 nuggets on 10-10. Today is the 10th, and we are in the month of October, so 10-10. And I'm here to give you the 10 nuggets for today. That is the Mental Health Day. So the first thing is, to achieve anything in life, you need to be resilient and consistent. Now, whenever we think about life, we have always understood that we need to try till we succeed. So it is never over till you or I win the game of life, right? So understand that we will be facing failures. Failure is not the opposite of success. It means failure is a stepping stone to success. So whoever is a part of understanding life, we understand that we need to fail our way to success. So please understand that we need to be resilient and consistent. Now, what is resiliency? Imagine I'm going to, sit on a sofa versus I'm going to sit on the floor. Now, when I sit on the floor, I can't just go thud on the floor. I'll hurt myself, right? But how about sitting on the sofa? I just have to see if the sofa is behind me and just go, right? Now, what is the difference here? Is the cushioning effect. So all of us have to have cushioning effect in our life. We must be so resilient that nothing breaks us in life, that we would rise one more time. And what does consistency mean? It means not giving up. It means doing it n number of times so that you become successful. So that's why they say, when you fail, add +1 time to rise up, because your success is on the other side. So that's the first point, or the first nugget for you. The second nugget is, stay optimistic and hopeful that you will succeed. Life happens, my dear friends, and all of us face it. I've had many clients who come at the very verge that, nothing is possible. I just tell them one thing: just push yourself today. Say one day at a time and move it. Whenever people who are battling drugs or alcoholism or smoking, they come and they say, ma'am, it's so difficult to give up. And just because you and I don't smoke, we might not understand the pain or what they are going through to give up, to have a much better life for themselves. And because of this, the entire household might be in trouble, right? So that is when we need to tell them, just do one day at a time. And once they do that one day at a time, they can be hopeful. So once they tick, okay, today I made it, tomorrow will be better. And that is how we can stay optimistic and hopeful for a better future. Next is, have a plan in place and expect roadblocks on the way. We all are living one life, right? Let's plan. The government has 5-year plans, but do you and I have a 5-year plan? That's very important. So whether it's a student or it's a person in life, all of us need to have a plan in place. Now, when we have a plan in place, it becomes easy for us to draw a roadway or a path which will lead us to that destination. And as we develop the skills or hone the skills, understand our mission and purpose of life, you will understand that roadblocks will come. But would you detour yourself completely or go roundabout or take a U-turn is again something which will help us understand how strong our vision or mission or purpose in life is. It could be from arranging today's seminar too. If we are bent up on organizing the seminar, come what may, we would do it. Think about Sachin Tendulkar. It is rain or shine. He got out every day to practice. And that is the purpose he had in mind. So roadblocks will come. You will say today it is sunny. Tomorrow you will say it's rainy. Day after you will say you have something else. But are all these the excuses you would like to give to yourself or you would like to overcome to become? Next. First of all, in case you have anything in your heart which is weighing you down, speak your feelings and express your concerns in all situations of your life. Find that one friend or find that one person in this entire world who's ready to listen to you, who's not going to be judgmental about you, who accepts you the way you are. That is very important because you need that one person with whom you don't have to use filters, whether it could be in language or filters for emotions. And you will be able to speak your heart out and express yourself so that you are heard enough and heard well. The fifth one is don't feel ashamed if you're asking for help. Many a times when people say they are depressed or they are upset with life, in yesteryears, they were looked down upon. I guess every personality, if the names I tell you right now, all of them have gone through mental depression. You can take from Lady Diana, Michael Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, but there are few of them who made mental illness, the way we can talk about today very openly. Actress Deepika Padukone is one such example. She spoke about her mental illness and she was not ashamed of it. So understand, my dear friends, you and I might also go through situations in life, but it's not that you can't speak about it. Understand and start expressing yourself and accepting that this has happened to you, and don't feel ashamed when you are asking for help. Next is accept and acknowledge your emotions. Many a times when we give, a skill training and we say, oh, you're upset in life? Okay, let's do some meditation. Let's de-stress yourself. Do you think it'll happen automatically? The moment they think that they don't have to stress and they're going to start meditating, all these thoughts will come in their mind. You and I will not be able to just stand still and say, okay, I'm going to block these thoughts. I'm going to block these negative things away. The more you tend to block, the more and more it is going to come with much more vengeance than before. So what is the best way to understand these thoughts is to accept these thoughts. Yes, I have an issue. Yes, I acknowledge it. And now the moment you do that, you'll start thinking about solutions. You'll always want to be a part of the solution and not just think about it. So from now, concentrating on avoidance of the problem, you're concentrating on looking out for the solution. They always say, when a lock is made, a key is also made with it. And just think about it, my dear friends. You and I would have a lock at home too. Do you think that lock has only one key? I'm sure all of you are saying no, right? You'll have more than one, maybe 2 or 3 keys. So there are options available. It is for us to understand what are the options. And until and unless we accept and acknowledge our emotions, we won't be able to look at the options in life. Next is journal it down, because when these options come in your mind, it becomes very important for you to write it down. The moment you write it down, more and more dimensions will come, which will give you solutions, and you will be able to solve the problem, because God has made you and me so beautifully that solutions are with us. Maybe it might not be a yes, yes, yes always. Maybe we might have to go a little back. Remember the story of the arrow. How does a bow and arrow work, my dear friends? You need to pull the arrow a little back for it to actually go much more forward. And that's exactly when you are getting pulled down in life or pulled back in life. Just imagine God is just going to relaunch you in a much better way. And that is how you would overcome to become. Point number 8, accept support and express gratitude. Whenever somebody is trying to help you, accept it gracefully, graciously, and with gratitude. So once you accept with gratitude, and then you thank God for whatever good has happened to you, we can start the day with gratitude and end the day with gratitude. Many of them have not seen today. You and I were fortunate. Many of us had a wonderful day today. You and I are a part of the seminar, listening to a lot of good things today. We are getting empowered, enriched by the knowledge we are all sharing. And that is how you can express gratitude to God and to all those humanly people who have helped you. It could be your parents who have helped you. Maybe, your house helps. Maybe your friends, your colleagues who have held you tight and not let you go off. So express your gratitude to them. And as you express the gratitude, you will have more and more ways and more reasons for you to express your gratitude. 9, try not to let your thoughts get in your way of success. As I told you, you and I are human beings. You and I will have some negative thoughts coming up. See, just imagine there is a land and I have 2 lands next to each other. One land, I carefully go every day, remove the weeds and plant the seeds, water it up, show it to the sunlight, and wait for the flowers to bloom. The other land, I just left it like that. Now tell me, friends, after a year, how would you see both the lands? The land which I curated will definitely look like a garden with beautiful flowers and butterflies and a lot of people who would walk in with happiness. The other land, I didn't plant anything, but the weeds, they grow automatically. So the moment I let my brain just negate itself, I will have a lot of negative things which will start to grow. Those are the weeds, my dear friends. And you need to consciously remove the weeds. Now, where do you remove the weeds? On the top or from the root? Again, there's a lot of effort and you have to take the weeds, pluck them and throw them away. And how far should you throw? So far that it does not even come and pollinate again in the land you have. Now tell me, in the garden which you curated, will you have weeds? The answer is a big yes. You don't tend to it for 2-3 days, there will be some weeds growing. But what does a gardener do? He starts working on the garden every single day, cleaning one area, and then that's how he maintains it. That's how we need to trim, as the gardener trims the plants and then allows it to grow much higher, much better. You and I should understand that we need to pull our negative thoughts away and keep it away so that we have only positivity coming. Just to give you examples, your negatives would come from newspapers, from media. So it is up to us to understand how much of this negative you want to pollute your brain with. You need to have a cleanup. let's have a cleanup today. And last but not the least is never, ever give up on life, my dear friends. We need to all overcome to become, because overcoming is the only way we can become, or we can graduate ourselves to the next level of life. So what you can become depends on what you can overcome. And that is what Anthony spoke about. So when going through a tough time, remind yourself that it won't last forever. You will overcome it. You will become a better person. You will live a better life, and your story will be there to influence and inspire others. So that's very important, because each one of us have a story to tell. How interesting are you going to make your story? Depends on how you would like to make it. So with that few words, I would like to thank the audience for a patient listening. And as Ravindran said, question and answers are reserved for the end. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope the 10 nuggets would have helped you in understanding how beautifully we can make a difference in life, right? So thank you so much, Ravindran sir and Mary, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, my dear friends, for joining in today. I hope you have a great day and a great life ahead. Thank you so much. Any questions? We can work on it.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful 10 nuggets on this 10 by 10. It was very insightful. And yeah, it's a need of the hour. And you have very wonderfully shared these insights. And definitely everyone has enjoyed. And there are messages also pouring in chat box. So thank you, ma'am, once again. Due to paucity of time, we are not taking queries now. But if there are any queries, you can join back at the end of the session, or we will get back to you with the queries.
Sure,
Thank
sir.
you once again.
Thank you
Wish
so
you all
much.
the success. So friends, we will be moving on to our next session. So we have with us Aarti. Yeah, our next speaker would be Aarti Makkar from New Delhi. She is a psychologist. She would be sharing her experience working with mental health. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself. You can start your video and presentation. You have 15 minutes.
Very good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Aarti Makkar, and I am working as a counselor and past life regression and art-based, expression-based therapist. And in my experience, I has learned a lot of things in mental profession. And I saw there are the various disorders, and people are working with various traumas, and they are in depression, they are moving with anxiety, they are in stress, they have headaches, they have various mental health issues, but they are denying their anxieties. But when you are going to accept your problem and accept why you are suffering from mental traumas and why you are suffering from headaches and anxieties, so it will give you the insight to bring yourself toward the mental healing. So first of all, I want to say that acceptance is very much important. So by accepting that you are suffering from any mental health issue, it is very important to take the treatment from your doctor. So it is very important. In my practice, I do practice gratitude. Gratitude is very important to give regards to yourself and to your family and your friends, your all to the God, to the peoples whom you believe. By believing others and by believing in yourself, you can bring yourself in the light. So it is very important to practice gratitude regularly, monthly, yearly, in your routine practice. Once you bring the gratitude in the routine practice, you will heal much more things, and you balance your life in a very good way. So it will be a drastic change in yourself, in your personality, in your mental healing. Gratitude is a kind of self healing. You are giving yourself self healing by understanding your own problems, your own mentality, your own health issues. It is giving you the insight. It is giving you the improvement. It can help you in improving your immunity. Even it is helping you to take your lunch, your dinner, your eating habits in the right way and right manner. So gratitude have a very powerful magical treatment, which is very important for everyone to practice in his or her life. So I feel, by saying I am blessed, I am blessed, I am blessed, it will give you the insight, like why I am so blessed. It will give you the insight to understand what my mind is saying, what my health is saying. It can understand, it can give you the understand why I am suffering from headache, why I am so disturbed, why I am in so anxiety, why I am in irritable situations, suffering from irritable situations. Gratitude is the one thing which is giving you the basically insight. So by practicing gratitude regularly, by by improving your lifestyles, by practicing breathing exercises, doing meditation, yoga, and working on your mental health is very important, very important. By accepting yourself, by your nature, by helping yourself, by your basic understanding. So my whole idea is that to practice gratitude, do meditation, improve lifestyles, walk in nature, think positive, draw good words for yourself, speak good, and try to write the things of your imagination. Either you are very good writer, or maybe you are not a good writer, it doesn't matter. But your basic understanding for the life, for your life and your life purpose, is very much important. So when you write anything of your choice, and trying to write in the form of poetry, or in the form of letter or essay, or doing gratitude, practicing gratitude, doing meditation activities, and and try to listen, develop your listening skills also. So by developing listening skills, it can enhance your memory. It can enhance your capabilities. It can give you the better IQ level. So it is all the idea of improving yourself by doing all the positive things, whatever you believe, how you can do the positive things, and how you can impose all the things in your life. So it is all the idea to bring the good things in your life by practicing gratitude, by writing good things, by developing listening skills, by drawing a good words in your life, or by accepting your basic nature, remove denial, to remove complaints from your life. Complaints can give you the pain, it can give you the strain, but gratitude will give you the strength, it will give you the value, it can give you the power, it can give you the basic understanding. So it is your choice what you are choosing, either the gratitude or the complaint. So that is the whole idea of my concept, is that by practicing all the positive things and trying to bring change in our life, in our language, in our spoken skills, in our listening skills, in our writing skills, in our cognitive abilities, in our strength, and develop our strength and motivation, and accepting the reality, truth, whatever is going around you, accept the truth. And by accepting that truth, you can create your own reality, own existence, and it can give you the power only, and it can give you the more meaning towards your life. So that is what is my basic idea, which I am sharing here, and I am very much thankful to Ravindra sir and Mary ma'am for giving me such a beautiful opportunity for this World Mental Health Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your wonderful insights on this wonderful occasion. We wish you all the success and for your future endeavors, and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you so much, sir. Gratitude.
Yeah, after this wonderful session of bringing positivity, gratitude, and acceptance in our life, it's a very well insightful session. We'll move on to our next speaker. We have with us okay, we will think that speaker lost her connectivity, so we'll move on to next speaker. And after this session, we'll take up that session. So next we have with us Mr. Muthay Ramanathan, founder and director for Mind Dynamics Center, Chennai. You can unmute your video and audio, sir, and you can start your presentation. You have 15 minutes.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome you, sir, once again. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Welcome. Welcome. Topic is mental health, and name is Muttaya Ramanathan, and I'm given 15 minutes. Happy to be with you all, and thanks to Dr. Ravindra and Mary Florence Freda for inviting me here. And Mental Health Day, happy Mental Health Day to all of you. And World Health Organization, WHO, defines health as a physical, mental, social well-being. It's not enough that I'm mentally well-being. My mental well-being is okay. Not enough I'm physically okay. Not enough I'm socially okay. I need to be okay at all points of time. Today and for the rest of my life, I need to be okay physically. I need to be okay mentally. I need to be okay socially also. Get it? So sometimes we come across people who are healthy and with the onset of COVID-19 or Corona, it so happens people were at home for 2 years working from home and they don't want to go out and meet people. Now that there is a lot of internet media available, social media available through electronics, people don't want to go out and social well-being by and large got lost. When I was a 10 years old boy, I was new in the area, newly brought up area called Ashok Nagar in Chennai, meaning about 1 kilometer circumference was openly available for us. Just pockets of houses will be there, no fences, no nothing. Straight away we can move anywhere, go anywhere, run anywhere, and no threat of danger or anything such thing. So I was traveling around or moving around, playing around, jumping around everywhere. I was totally healthy, physically, psychologically, socially, with lots of friends. Now it so happens, again coming back to Ashok Nagar, when I was there in Ashok Nagar, 1965, 10 years old boy, and there were normally 4 to 5 kids in every family, 10 houses this way, 10 houses this way, 20 houses, and there'll be usually 40 to 50 boys and girls available in all age groups. So easy to socialize, easy to mingle, easy to talk about, easy to play with, easy to go to school, easy to come back. Now, wherever we always had friends. Now we come across a situation, it's all apartments and no one talks to no one, and every home has got only one child, and the child is now either doesn't go out or people have got electronics in their hands saying that don't go out, remain here, and the child also doesn't want to go out, and mommy, daddy also are not sending them out. With the result, we don't get to see children playing in the playground or in the park or in the open areas. Nowadays, open areas are also not available. That's a pity. Get it? So when we come to mental health, I normally say there's a psychosomatic illnesses or psychosomatic indisposition. Meaning soma is body, psycho is mind. When we call it psychosomatic, any symptom that appears in the body, it could be a temperature, high temperature, or it could be high pulse rate, or it could be high blood pressure, or it could be pain, whatever. By and large, we notice that it has got 80% of the physical symptoms have their origin or root or cause in their mind. And 80% of the problems in the mind are due to tension, stress, fear, worry, anxiety. And 80% of the anxiety or stress or worry, it's all due to our perception, the way in which we look at the world. All of us have got 5 senses. Every single human being, man or woman, boy or girl, has got 5 senses. Even though we have 5 senses, every one of us has got a different kind of a perception about what is there. Normally, we say the glass is either half empty or half full. Half the tumbler is filled up with water, half the tumbler is empty. And some people look at it pessimistically and they say half the cup is empty. And some people positively look at it and say half the cup is full. And the joke further goes on saying that the reality is you can add gin or vodka to it and it becomes a reality principle, wherein you say you are making use of the water along with a little bit of alcohol. I'm not advocating alcohol here, but it's simply saying there are different ways to perceiving the same half tumbler of water, or filled with water, empty with water, something needs to be filled it up with. So how are you looking at a given situation? It is the sensations are all same. As I said, we have 5 senses. What is happening. But then our perception. Supposing I like one hero and you like another hero, and we both of us go to one hero's movie. One of us is going to criticize him, one of us is going to appreciate him. The hero did a job the way he did a job, but the other one is colored already that I am in favor of you. This one is colored already, I am not in favor of you. So it is a perception which makes everything. Supposing some problem comes up, some people enjoy it and say, I like challenges, I like puzzles. Some people enjoy mathematics, some people hate mathematics. Some people enjoy puzzles. In good old days, when I was young, people used to give us some tiny little puzzles. We call them as Vidugadai in Tamil. I do not know the English equivalent to it. So Vidugadai, they will give you something, and we got to solve the Vidugadai and give them the answer, and the elderly people, they will appreciate us. So puzzles are very good. And how do we operate on a maze? How do we take a rat to the vada there? Vada is at the other end. There's a whole lot of maze there. And every path that you take, somewhere or other, the path gets blocked. The idea is bring the vada to the rat rather than take the rat to the vada. But then it's all puzzles, and people must enjoy the puzzles. Playing games, carom board or chess board or whatever. And when you enjoy the game and there is an opponent and there's an intellectual opponent and you find it difficult to defeat the opponent, that's the time you start thinking newly, you start thinking creatively, and what we say as a novel thinking or creative thinking or alternative thinking or lateral thinking or possibility thinking or probability thinking. All these things come up only when there is a block. A breakthrough can come only out of a breakdown. During a normal day, you will not be able to bring about a breakthrough. So all breakdowns are passageways letting us to know that there could be a different way to doing the same things. I was traveling by the road, then the road got diverged into two different directions. I took the one less traveled by, and that made all the difference in my life. That makes me healthy psychologically, physically, socially. Get the point? So instead of taking the road that everyone took, I took the one less traveled by, and that made all the difference in my life. Suddenly I noticed something which other people have not noticed. I get to look at the world differently. I'm not using the trodden path. I'm using the untrodden path. Scott Peck is a person who gave us this quote. I'm saying, are you willing to explore? Only when you are willing to explore or travel the extra mile or stick your neck out or take a risk and say, I plunge into the water and find out what it is, and somebody asks you what it is and I want a volunteer, you immediately raise your hand and say, I am willing to be the volunteer, not knowing what is going to happen when the volunteer goes over there. Every training program, the trainer will ask for a volunteer. By and large, I notice that nearly 80 to 90% of the people, almost all the people, don't remain quiet. Let the other person go. So the person who volunteers and he says goes and sits over there and he becomes a subject in front of all the people. When all of them are looking and some experiment or some exercise or some game is being played upon him, and that's the time this person experientially gets like a training program. All the other people are looking at it as if they are looking at a movie and they don't get much. Jovially, we also say Robert Pirsig is the name of the author, P-A-R-S-I-G, Robert Pirsig. He wrote a book called Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Mechanism, wherein he says that traveling by the car is very boring. If you are traveling by the car, you are looking through the windshield in front of you, and the windshield is protecting you, and you're looking at the world as if you're looking at the world, looking at a movie or a TV. You are not connected to the world. When you're traveling by a motorcycle, you are in the world. You are feeling the weather. You are feeling the wind on your eyes and the face and the body, skin. You can feel it. You are living. If you want to live, travel by the motorcycle. And then he also says, we made a good time traveling by the country roads. Good time doesn't mean I went there fast. It was nothing to do with speed. Good time meaning I enjoyed the paddy field. I enjoyed the mountains over there. I enjoyed the children playing over there. I enjoyed the muddy road there. I enjoyed the muddy puddle there. So I'm exploring everything. That's the possibility. One day, Gandhi and Nehruji were walking by the road. There was a muddy puddle over there. And then looking at it, Nehru stops there and goes 10 feet behind and then comes over and then jumps over the muddy puddle and comes across the other side. Gandhiji steps into it and keeps walking there. And then he comes out of it, maybe about 10 feet or so, comes out of it. At that point of time, Nehru looks at Gandhiji and he tells Gandhiji, your feet is all dirty. But then Gandhiji smiles and tells Nehru, there is a problem here and the problem needs to be solved. And you do not know anything about the problem because you jumped over. I was the one who entered into the muddy puddle. Now I know where stones are there. Now I know where the clay is there. Now I know where the gravel is there. Now I know where the depth of the puddle over there. I know how much water is there. I know how much of cement or concrete or gravel we need in order to make it all right. You do not know anything about it, Nehru. So that becomes a learning experience. I am saying this is where mental health lies. Are you willing to take up? Are you willing to learn? Are you coachable? Are you a lifelong student? Are you willing to explore all possibilities rather than mugging up something or memorizing something and rewriting something in the exams and all? So mental health is all about feeling good about yourself, feeling connected to people around you, in the family, in the neighborhood, in the school, in the college, in the office, in the society, in the shopping mall, wherever you are. Are you getting connected to people? Are you exploring yourself too much? Going inside, going within, introspection, understanding myself, my plus points and my minus points, and how do I manage my minus points? How do I maximize my plus points, and how do I create a result in the world? How am I contributing to the well-being of the other people, the downtrodden, or people who are not okay physically or socially or economically? Then that's where mental health comes. Simply that I am healthy mentally, I am healthy physically, I am okay, all right, connecting with a couple of people in my apartment, enough. No, that's not enough. You are born in this world, and then you are deriving so many things from the world. You need to contribute back to the world. The world was there when you are not there. The world is here when you are here. The world will be there when you are not here. Meaning, I entered the world was always there, is there, will be there. I was not there, I will not be there, I am only here. When I only be here, let me see that I stay healthy by connecting to people, by contributing to other people in the world around me or with me. So I'm saying many a time what happens is we got a kind of a perception which is most of the time negative, or which is most of the time doesn't give us the power to solve our problems, or doesn't give us the power to achieve our goals also. What happens is I'm stuck someplace. Joe Willoughby used to say, a person like us, maybe Mr. X, people might have heard of Mr. X jokes. So Mr. X gets up in the morning late, does everything late, and picks up the bus and goes there. And again late, he jumps out of the bus and then he rushes towards his office. And in the platform, someone has eaten a plantain, banana, and then he put the banana peel over there. Our X did not see it, and he steps on top of it and does a little bit of ice skating, falls down. Everybody looks at him and laugh at him. So he feels ashamed, or he feels embarrassed, and then somehow he collects himself and manages to go to office. Next day also, Mr. X, like all of us, did not learn anything new out of what has happened. He is not willing to change. Net result, he again gets up late, again goes to office late, again picks up the late bus, again gets down from the bus late, and again runs in the platform. When he is running in the platform, suddenly he comes across once again some other guy, or the same guy. He has taken a banana peel and put it over there. Yesterday, our X did not see it. He stepped on top of it. He fell down. Today, he has seen it. Looking at it, our X said, damn it, got to fall down today also. இன்னைக்கும் எழவு விழுந்து தொலைக்க வேண்டியிருக்குதே. Sala aaj bhi karna padega. Meaning something is in the head which is telling him there is a compulsion for him to fall. Someone has put a banana peel, expecting someone to fall, and that man will feel bad if I don't fall down. So I am going to take the burden of falling down, I'll step on it. So we are not willing to change. That's where the problem comes. The way I am all right. The way I am connected with people, all right. But then when an issue comes, when a problem comes, when a challenge comes, when an emergency comes, when a breakdown comes, when a crisis comes, am I able to face it? What am I going to do? Yesterday I fell down. Today also I'm going to fall down. No other go. Similarly, there's one another poem or verse in English, which is also similar to this. I was traveling by the road and someone has dug up the road, maybe storm clearing way or water clearing way. Someone has dug up the road and maybe about it's a 8 feet pit. I didn't look at it. I fell into the pit. And then I started shouting, I'm here. And some people came over and then they helped me out. I came out. Next day also, I was traveling by the same road. Well, I saw it today. Yesterday, I did not see it. I fell into the ditch. Today, I saw it. Again, I fell into the ditch. Again, I started shouting. Some people came over. One or two people who were there saving me or helping me out yesterday, they were also there. And all of them managed to pull me out and I came out. And then those people who helped me yesterday, and they saw me and they told us, yesterday you fell into the ditch. We understand, you did not see it. How come you fell into the ditch today? And then I tell them, it is my habit to travel by the same road. So it is my habit to fall down also. So next day also, the day before I did not see it, I fell into the ditch. Today I saw the ditch, but then it is my habit, I fell into the ditch. All right, people saved me. Third day, I'm going by the same road, falling into the same ditch. Once again, I'm shouting, help me, help me, help me. Again, some people come and help me out. And the people who helped me out yesterday and the day before, they asked me, how come you fell into it 2 days back? How come you fell into it yesterday? How come you're falling into it today? And then I tell them, this is a road I travel to my office. I do not know any other way. I have nothing here. I do not know anything else. I know only this. This is the way I cook. This is the way I walk. So once again, I walked in the road. I fell into the road. So many a time, this is where the problem comes up. The idea is if you are mentally healthy, the moment you understand, you get into a problem, and then you will think in terms of how not to get into the problem. If it was a weakness, how not to get into the weakness. If it was a plus point, how to maximize the plus point. So the idea is it doesn't matter what happens because something or other is always going to happen. And the TV has got 24 hours news available for you. Newspapers have got 16 to 32 pages of news available to you. Magazines have got 100 pages of messages available to you. But then are you making use of information? I am in information technology, okay. I'm making money out of it, okay. Am I learning anything out of it? Am I changing myself? Supposing I made a mistake, a bad investment, maybe 100,000 rupees I invested in some place, and then it went for a toss and zero available to me next year. Now, how do I write the balance sheet, or how do I write my income and expenses finance statement? Here I write, instead of saying I lost 1 lakh, I keep writing learning educational investment. Educational investment 1 lakh, meaning I lost 1 lakh, but then I learned a lesson out of it. That became my education. So it did not go waste. It became an investment. It told me this is not the way to operate. This is not the way to function. This is not the way to invest your money in. You need to change. So when I write educational expenses or educational investment, then I keep changing. When I write a loss, again and again I will enter into a loss. Again and again I will fall into the ditch. Again and again I will step on the banana peel and fall down. The idea is to learn something out of whatever has happened to you. And only when you change, things change. Without you changing, nothing else will change. Everything is to do with your perception. There's a lady by name Aimee Mullins. AIM could add 2 E's to it. Aimee, AIMEE, Mullins, MULLINS. This is a beautiful lady who met with an accident. 2 of her legs were cut off and taken away and amputated. Now she has got a leg only up to her knee. And then she went, there was about a couple of surgeries. Maybe she was in the hospital for about a year or so. And then they give her wooden legs. And then she starts managing to walk. And then she goes on to some other different kind of leg, artificial legs. And she says, not only walking, I'm going to start running. She was normal. She broke her leg. She got a wooden leg. But then she said, I'm going to run. And then she buys some legs which can help her to run. And she kept on running again and again, practicing over a couple of years. And ultimately, she participates in the Paralympics. And then she gets a gold medal for people who do not have proper legs and who run. And she got the gold medal and she made money in millions. A beautiful girl. And then what happens was, 1 leg is not enough, 2 legs are not enough, or 2 pairs are not enough. She goes about buying a dozen legs, different heights. And one day she will have a leg for 5 feet 6 inches. One day she will have another one for 5 feet 8 inches, 5 feet 10 inches, 6 feet and 6 feet 2 inches. And she has got 5 different ropes in her house, wherein if she decided to go she wakes up in the morning by 6 o'clock and she decides, I am going to be 5'8" today. She will go to that wardrobe wherein she will have dressed suitable for people who are 5 feet and 8 inches tall. Another day, it so happened she was wearing 5 feet 6 inches dress and attending a 2 days training program. And all the participants were all around and she was 5 feet 6. So happily talking with everyone. And then it so happened, the next day she comes over. Next day she picks up 6 feet 2 inches leg and 6 feet 2 inches wardrobe. And then she comes to the second day training program. All the participants were surprised looking at her saying, how come you grow so tall in one single day? 8 inches tall, how did you grow? And then she tells them, I broke my leg. I do not have normal biological leg. The legs that I have are the ones which I have bought. But I am changing my legs every single day to suit my needs. At that point of time, one of the classmates or one of the co-trainees looked at her in shock and in awe and admiration. She told her, God cannot be too partial to you, giving everything to you. All of us internationally, we were born with only one leg, and we were born a pair of legs, and we were born with the given height. We cannot change anything. We cannot change our wardrobe. But how come God gave you so much? You got 5 different wardrobes and 5 different heights and 5 different dresses. Every day you appear differently. God is too partial to you. God is too favorable to you. What I'm saying is, it is not the loss of initially when she lost her leg, people told her she lost her leg, she is amputated, she is not okay, she has got some disability and all those things. Now suddenly everyone is jealous, everyone is envious of her. How come you got 5 different ropes and how come you have 5 different heights? Meaning it is not what happens to you, it is what you do with what happens to you that makes you healthy. I am done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful insights. And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Welcome.
We exceeded 6 minutes of time, but you gave wonderful insights. Thank you, and look forward for more sessions from you in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thanks to Mary Florence also.
Thank you, sir. So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. We have Mrs. Sangeeta Vasudevan from Bangalore. She is a counseling psychologist. We welcome you, ma'am. You can unmute yourself and share your experiences working with mental health.
Yeah.
You have 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, everybody. This is Sangeeta Vasudevan. So I reside in Bangalore currently, and I have got 6 years of experience in the field of mental health, more than 6 years, mental health, in treating mental health issues, problems, disorders. And out of the 6 years, even I have understood that mental health is highly important for a person, because like physical health, how the physical health is, we need to maintain the physical health. Like that, mental health is highly important for everybody, each and everybody. Sometimes we feel that this mental health is even more important because we need to balance both the mind as well as the body coordination. What is that mind? Mind is something that we get into lots of thoughts, and the thoughts would be converted into action. So the thoughts can be either the silent thoughts, or the thoughts can be malnourished also sometimes. Malnourished thoughts, like how the nutrition is, the poor nutrition, the person would be fed with a poor nutrition, like the same, the malnourished thoughts will not have a proper flow. The coordination will not be there. The thought, the behavior, the action, the feelings, the coordination will not be there. For example, I feel like I think I need to have ice creams today, or I think I need to have to get a work done today. So I think one plan of action to be done, and I do something. So this will vary from person to person. Intensity level also will vary. So mental health is very important for a person to have the mind and the body coordination, because who is the doer? Ourselves, the body, the physical body, the entity given to us, the identity given to us in the form of body. So we are the doers of the action. So we need to have a high coordination between these two. Sometimes we feel even very highly proud to say, I'm having this illness, this physical illness is correct, I'm having diabetes, but still see, I'm very strong. Sometimes we feel that, but why the mental health, we just neglect it? Because of the mind, we get the obsessive thoughts. Because of the thoughts, which we give weightage to the thoughts, the body gets heated up, and as previous director Sir Muthia Sir has told, like it would result in psychosomatic disorders also. For example, the migraine, the headache, the body pain, ache, everything result out of the the psychosomatic disorders. Because of the mind, we get the bodily pain and the body symptoms. For example, if you go to a doctor and visit a doctor and we say that I'm having a fever, the doctor would test everything, and then the doctor would tell, okay, let me keep aside the reason, but I'll give you tablets for 3 to 5 days. So this tablet need not identify the reason. No need for the tablets to identify the reason. Physical health is highly important, I agree. But for mental health, we need to identify along with the reasons. Why this person is mentally ill, why this person is mentally weak, we need to identify with the reason. We cannot simply say the person is ill and weak, so let him stay rest for 3 to 4 days. We cannot tell like that. We need to identify the person is weak because he lacks interaction. Sometimes he might lack interaction with others. We cannot assume that the person is totally introvert also. That is, introvert, everyone knows, like never initiates in communication or any plan of action. We cannot assume like that. The person can be highly extrovert, but he might work with that kind of environment or work environment only with the laptops or gadgets. He might lack correspondence, communication. He might lack social gathering. So for that, he could be mentally weak, and it will make him isolated from the societal gatherings, social gatherings also. So we need to find out, for the family and for the well-being of each and every individual person, mental health is highly important. And to spread awareness, it is the duty of the professionals to spread awareness to the entire world. We cannot spread awareness to each and every person, but as and when this type of webinar session, and as and when there are lots of pioneers and other speakers of this, like this webinar session, if they could spread or take initiative, definitely this mental health awareness will bring up lots of changes to the society. And one more example, like how we take care of our eyes, how we take care of our body by bathing and neatly dressed up like that. We need to take care of our mental health, because for a family, each and every person is highly important. We could say, irrespective of profession, irrespective of career, irrespective of any white collar jobs or dignity of jobs, we should not tell like that. We should not see like that also. So for a family, even the background can be, educational background varies also, and financial support also will vary. But for each and every person plays a very important role. And when a person is ill or mentally down, weak, we should not neglect that person. How we take that person when he's having fever, the same empathy skills, the same compassion, the same love should be given to that person, because we cannot expect a person to come out with his own problem. Nobody will tell. It is like the flood in the river. How the flood flows in the river, no? With high current, the flood will wash away everything. Lots of living things also, it will wash away, no? Flood, when a flood comes in the river like that, mental illness will slowly start. We cannot blame a person. Why didn't you tell it before? We cannot shout at a person. Because he feels something like, oh, I'll be getting disrespectful from the society, or I'll be neglected from the society. He'll have lots of the confused state of mind. Apart from his lots of pressure, he can be mentally ill because of various reasons also. He might have lots of potential, but his potential may not be getting highlighted or recognized, or even in terms of career, or even in house also. The work-life balance is very important, no? He may not be able to get the support from the spouse. He or she, I'm just addressing he, can be she also. So each and every person plays a very important role in this to make the family a complete family. Each and every person is very important. after the person reaches adolescent age, it is the duty of that person to be treated as an adult, early adult, nearing early adult, and it is his duty to come out with the problem that initial stages, like I'm having the symptoms, I'm feeling isolated. If not, kindly do not neglect it. Like how we treat the other physical illnesses, I'm just summarizing. We need to take care of the mental health, what to say, as a very delicate, what to say, a delicate and soft, like we need to treat the person very delicately. So we need to understand that the person is suffering because of some loss. It could be any relative or family loss or financial loss also. So we should not neglect that person. So, sir, can I continue with just a couple of minutes, or is the time over, sir? So there are lots of pioneers in this field. So they would have told a lots and mental health therapy sessions, or there are lots of remedies for mental health issues apart from being treated with the medicines, apart from being treated with techniques, mind techniques also. The person should be allowed to do yoga. If the person is suffering from mental health issues, and if the person is suffering and is not unable to come out of it, he should be allowed to do yoga, meditation, exposure to sun, on-time diet. Food is very important for that person, and this will always keep up the stress hormones at stress hormones will be released a lot during mental health sufferings, no? So this will able to maintain and balance the stress level in our body. So physical health, mental health is very important for a person, and the coordination between mind, body is very important. So kindly take care of this world, like how you take care of yourself. And the worst boss is ourselves, and the best boss is also ourselves, because it is we who are managing our body, our mind. So it is up to us to identify whether we are the worst boss or the best boss to ourselves. So with that, I conclude my interaction and my session. Thank you. Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Sir Dr. Ravindran, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights.
I'm most welcome, sir.
We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Looking forward to it.
After listening to this session, we'll move on to our next session by Professor Ronald Doden. He is professor and a psychologist and also scientist from Arizona State University. We welcome you, Professor, once again to this international seminar, and we request you to unmute yourself and start your video and share your insights and experiences working with mental health. You have 15 minutes, sir. Over to you. Welcome you once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindran. Let me first say I'm happy to follow Sangeetha, because I could not agree more with her a key point that we must see mind and body as related. We can't separate the mind from the body. We can't treat medical illness in a hospital and ignore mental health. We can't ignore the spiritual beliefs, faith beliefs of the person we're treating. We can't ignore their culture and their family. So I really agree very strongly that we must better integrate mind and body in our treatment approaches. I've dedicated my career to that integration of mind and body. We call that in the United States integrated healthcare or integrated behavioral health. And in my work, you know, it spanned many decades, and I first began working while I was still a graduate student and later after I graduated with the seriously and persistently mentally ill in hospital settings, psychiatric hospitals, patients that had schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, severe depression. Later, I moved into more traditional community mental health clinics in the United States. And as both a clinician and as director of many clinics, helped to design programs to improve the quality of care and access to care to our patients. Later on, I worked for organizations trying to improve disease management. How can we help people that have chronic depression, who have also chronic medical conditions like diabetes and hypertension, get the care they receive? So I'm very dedicated to this idea of mind-body treatment. Again, I'm Ron O'Donnell, a clinical psychologist and clinical professor with Arizona State University. My focus is on integrated healthcare today. That's been the focus of most of my presentations here and most of my research in recent years. So what are the important reasons to integrate care? We know, first of all, that mental health problems are an epidemic globally, that they're increasing year by year. We're seeing increased depression, increased anxiety, increased substance use disorders globally, in large part because of COVID-19. With COVID-19, we have great disruption in society, fear of infection, loss of loved ones to death or illness. We have the impact on the economy with all kinds of supply chain problems, making it more difficult for us to find goods to meet our needs for housing, for food, for safety. That creates more stress. People find they're often losing their jobs because of COVID-19 problems or having their hours cut back. Still more stress. So it's not surprising, as COVID-19 has continued now for more than 2 years, we're seeing a great need for more mental health care. At the same time, we know globally there's a great challenge with a gap between the supply of mental health providers, clinicians who can help the people, and the millions of people that need help globally. They're knocking on our door, but no one's answering because we have not enough clinicians to meet the mental health needs. What do we do about that? How can we help improve that problem? We can't simply say we're going to have more students enroll in mental health degrees and graduate, because we know, while that's important, it's a very slow process from enrollment to completing your courses to completing other requirements for licensure. It takes a long time to become a licensed clinician. So we need to be creative and find more ways to improve access to evidence-based mental health treatment across the world. The things I focused most on in my career since I began working with Arizona State University in 2008 is how do we adapt integrated healthcare that's been effective in the United States globally, especially to countries that don't have the resources the United States have. We're fortunate here in the United States, we've been able to promote integrated healthcare with healthcare reform. Now we have behavioral health clinicians, mental health clinicians like psychologists and social workers working with the family medical doctor in the hospital and the community clinic. That's increasingly the norm, increasingly very common. But that's not the case in India, in Bangladesh, in China, in Vietnam, all countries I work in. We have largely a workforce of physicians and nurses who are not sufficient to meet the demand for medical problems, let alone mental health problems. So how do we solve that problem? And I think the key answer is improved workforce training. What do I mean by that? I mean, integrated healthcare at the most important level involves a mental health expert, like a social worker or a psychologist, who can see patients who have depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, but also suffer at the same time from medical problems like type 2 diabetes, high lipid levels, high cholesterol levels, poor nutrition, poor physical activity, leading to obesity or increased body fat in the abdomen area, which we know is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease and for metabolic disease. So we need to have a clinician that can help the patient change their behaviors, to improve their health behaviors, to improve their mental health by doing things like cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness meditation, self-help therapies, other kinds of therapies that are available. We must make these available on a large scale. So for example, for depression, I increasingly use behavior activation, a short-term psychotherapy based on cognitive behavioral therapy that can be delivered in 3, 4, or 5 sessions at the most. So it's very brief intervention, but as effective as medication, as effective as full cognitive behavioral therapy that often takes 12, 13, or 14 sessions. So we have to find efficient therapies and train a new workforce. In my work in India and Bangladesh, we're training social workers to meet this need because social workers already have a good foundation in patient care, empathy, organizing community supports. They just need more help and training on healthcare coaching and brief interventions for depression and lifestyle problems like nutrition and physical activity. Even that's not enough though, because social work is still largely in the community, which is important. We can train community social workers to help patients with these problems. But in the hospital social workers don't have the training needed to do these kind of interventions. And in the primary care clinics, the community health centers for medical care, we need more social workers there, but there aren't many or any at the current time in India and Bangladesh doing this kind of work. This is more and more common in America, but it's not common in many other countries across the globe. What we can do is train the existing physicians and nurses to do at the very least very brief interventions. And by that, I mean interventions that have been shown effective, even in 1 to 2 or 3 minute interactions with the patient to help them improve their health behavior. Research in Europe and more recently China has used interventions like this to address tobacco smoking cessation, to address physical activity and nutrition. And the basic idea is rather than just saying to a patient, you're smoking tobacco, you should stop, the physician or nurse will say to them, here's the reason tobacco smoking is unhealthy for you. They'll hand the patient a small brochure that shows them images of patients who have cancer, lung disease from smoking, very graphic photos to try and raise awareness and fear, but also messaging. Here's our local website for smoking cessation. Please visit here. That can be done in 1 or 2 minutes. And the patients who receive intervention with both messaging on why the problem is severe and needs to be addressed to raise their awareness, because we know many patients don't know that smoking is very bad for them, that hypertension and diabetes can lead to problems later in their life. You must give them information to educate them about the danger they're facing. Give them examples of people they know, relatives, parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles who have had cancer from smoking, who have had amputation from type 2 diabetes, to let them know this could be your future unless you take steps now. And as important, you must give them the tools needed to help improve their health. Either if they're currently healthy, to prevent them from progressing to having chronic disease, or if they are currently experiencing depression, diabetes, poor nutrition, they can, with the health coach help, take steps to improve their health. So we can do 2 things. We can create a new workforce of social workers to retrain them to add health coach for both mental health and physical health problems. We can train existing physicians and nurses who I know are very busy. They would not be as well trained as the social workers in in-depth behavior change, but even physicians and nurses can benefit from doing a 1 or 2 minute intervention to educate patients and offer them web-based or telephonic help for the problems they're having at a public health approach. So I just wanted to raise on this important day for mental health awareness throughout the globe, the mission we have is to make mental health more available to our patients, to our community, to not just rely upon existing mental health clinicians because there aren't enough, but to extend our work from mental health and psychiatric hospitals to adding mental health to hospitals, medical hospitals, primary care health centers, and community-based medical clinics by both training existing nurses and physicians who are doing mostly medication management on brief advice, very brief interventions of 1 to 2 minutes for these kind of health problems, and resources by the web or phone, as well as over time doing pilot studies showing that social workers can also do this kind of work in these settings. So it's a huge challenge because we're all faced with governments that are facing funding problems for healthcare because of COVID-19. We now have the Russia-Ukraine war causing further disruption, high inflation. So we know the challenge is difficult, but we also know we must act. We cannot stand by and simply wring our hands and say, too bad. We must do things to help make services more available on Mental Health Day for the future of our countries and our citizens and for our profession. United States, social worker is now much more highly valued, highly esteemed by the medical healthcare professionals. Increasingly, physicians, nurses recognize social workers as a key part of the medical team with respect and collaboration as they help the doctors and nurses understand how to help patients improve their nutrition, their physical activity, how to help patients who are in medical care identify depression, anxiety, and receive brief interventions. So that's the possible future I see for India, for Bangladesh, for China and Southeast Asia. It'll require all of us. I know many of you on this call are dedicated to mental health. And as professionals, I hope we can all rally together, work together to improve the great need for increased mental health access, increased evidence-based treatment, and increased mental health providers and training in medical and primary care clinics. So with that, I do want to thank you, Dr. Ravinda, for the invitation today. I do want to encourage you all to, as Sangeeta mentioned, focus on mind and body as key for our work together. We can't just treat one or the other. If you have diabetes, you're likely to have depression, anxiety, maybe alcohol, maybe smoking. If you have depression, you're more likely to not take care of your health and be at risk for diabetes and hypertension and other kind of problems. So there's a reciprocal interaction between physical and mental health problems that we have to address. And the good news is there's an increasing evidence this is effective, that the approaches don't require long-term or detailed psychotherapy that can be addressed with very brief interventions that can be used by medical professionals with short interventions and by a new workforce of social workers and other kinds of health professionals to learn more mental health skills. So with that, I thank you for your time and your attention. I wish you all a great Mental Health Awareness Day and week, and let's make every day Mental Health Awareness Day in our lives for the rest of this year. Thank you very much for your time. That completes my talk for today.
Thank you, Professor. You always, provide wonderful insights. It's we are very fortunate to have you every time. You are so much dedicated to the profession, and especially, you see, you always look for the empowerment of health professional, especially the kind of contribution you are doing to the social workers and for their skill development, empowerment. Really, the kind of efforts we at many times feel that we are not able to utilize the potential which you are offering, to the fraternity. Definitely soon we'll come up with various initiatives that definitely, we can utilize the potential of your offering so that we all can benefit, and definitely we can reach out to more people. And thank you once again for joining us and your busy schedule, taking out on this wonderful occasion. You have added value to this international seminar with your presence, and we are very fortunate to have you, Professor. Thank you once again for joining us.
Dr. Ravinda, thank you very much. And I just will put in the chat box my email address, my WhatsApp number. I really encourage any of you who want to try and do collaboration to bring some of these ideas into your practice, university, hospital, to contact me. I'll be happy to talk and arrange a Zoom conversation. I look forward to seeing you all again next time we meet. And Dr. Ravinda, Mary, and the rest of you, thank you for your time today. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Professor, once again. Have a Good night. Take care. So after wonderful insights from Professor Ronaldo, he's always, very insightful, enthusiastic, and committed and dedicated to provide, the kind of support and initiative. And it was really, a great contribution to these sessions, especially today on occasion of World Mental Health Day. So we will move on to our next speaker. So next we have with us Mr. Nagaraj. He is a visually challenged person, and in spite of that, he has excelled very much in his profession and as well as his career. And he is also assistant governor for Rotary Club, Bangalore, and also he's deputy manager in State Bank of India. We welcome you, Nagaraj, and you have 15 minutes for you. Over to you. You can unmute.
Yeah. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Nagaraj, please continue.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So good evening, everybody. Thank you, Ravindra, sir, and Mary, madam, for this wonderful opportunity. I would like to talk about mental health and disability, because it is very important thing to know about mental health to all of us. So persons with disabilities, equal opportunities, protection of rights, and full participation act 1995 was replaced by 2016 rights of persons with disability act. So it speaks in the chapter 25 to provide health care which should be accessible, affordable to everybody. So we need to study, diagnose, investigate, and provide treatment and prevention is very, very important. For that, we need to train the staff members. We need to create awareness about the health, and prenatal and postnatal and perinatal care is very important. Mass media awareness is required, and counseling and sexual reproductive education and health care is required as a preventive, promotive, rehabilitative, developmental approach. So when we speak of all these things, lot of speakers spoke about the health. As you all know, health is a physical, mental, social, intellectual, and spiritual, and overall total well-being. So if I want to be mentally healthy, it says mental health encompasses emotional, psychological, social well-being, and it influences the cognitive perception and behavior, and it also determines the how individual handle the stress, how the interpersonal relationship is there with this family, society, and how the person is adjusting with this family environment, and how the person is taking the decision making. And especially we speak about thought, feeling, and actions, that is cognitive, affective, and psychomotor behavior. So individual should enjoy his life, and he should have a creativity, he should have a balance between his life activities and the efforts to achieve the psychological response, resilience. So we all look for the positive mental attitude or a positive mental health. which includes the feeling in control of the life, your life and with others, and personality development, and how we take a decision with others, and how we cope with the life, and how we cope with the challenges and stresses, and how we function in our body. It is a reality while being able to focus at the work and outside and with the family. We should all have optimistic life, and we should have a good thoughts, good feelings, good behavior, and we all participate in different events, and we should get good sleep, good eating of the foods, good regular exercises. Physically and mentally healthy is very, very important in the community. So that is why the theme of this year 2022 mental health is that make mental health and well-being for all a global priority. So that is why we classify the mental disorders into psychosis. It includes psychosis means schizophrenia, bipolar disorders, manic and depressions and other things. We have a second category, that is neurosis, such as depression, anxiety and other things. And we have psychosomatic disorders. As you know, we get a lot of physical disorders like BP, sugar, cancer and so many things. For that, we have a mental feelings. So that is why mental and physical body are interrelated. And we have other disorders such as suicides, stigma, we have alcoholic and drug addiction disorder, epilepsy and so many disorders. So we have stigma attached to the mental illness, and we have a lot of superstitious. So we should have a good consciousness. We have two things: consciousness, subconsciousness, unconsciousness. So we should be aware of things. We should have a proper concentration, proper attitude, proper memory, believe in ourselves, and we should have our mind is diverse. That means it is moving around here and there. So as a social worker, we play a role as a multidisciplinary approach with psychologists and psychiatrists. So and doctors, we work as a counselors to study, diagnose, treat, and we provide ECT, that is electroconvulsive therapy. We give medication like psychosocial support, and we provide rehabilitation, that is restore back the person into the normal life, and we give motivation to lead a positive life, and we remove the negative attitudes from the person, and we give confidence in the life for the person and the family. We give psychosocial support, family therapy, and we should know the causes of mental illness or disorders as a social workers, like depression, abuse, negligence, social disadvantages, poverty, stress, family history, all these things. And when we need to know as a social workers about the symptoms of these disorders, such as we are depressed, so many times stress is a major factor, anxiety, health issues and financial problems, all these things are major problems to all of us. So that is why we should give a positive mental health to everybody. We should resolve the conflicts. Conflicts are a major problem in family, especially role play, multiplicity of role conflict, behavioral issues. So all these things. So malnutrition. So these are all the reasons why the social workers have to understand. We should, as a social workers, we should always speak about to resolve, to assess, resolve, prevent, treat, and we should always think about positivity of the people, improve the personality of the people, advocate rights for the person. We should give social system. We should give confidence in the life. We should always think about abilities instead of disabilities. We should always think about normality instead of abnormality. We should treat a person as a human development to stimulate and respond. And we should help to cope with the life situations every day. And we should always give responsibility. We should give targets. We should give performance. We should make the person to assess his SWOT, that is strength, weakness, and opportunities, and all these things. So finally, psychoanalysis theory, which is told by Sigmund Freud, says we have to analyze the mind, and we should give attitude change, and we should bring a positivity in the life of a person. I want to say that stop. Whenever you are having stress, you should follow this stop. That means stop and T. T means be, treasure and observe everything and then proceed. So then only we should always take breathing. And when you take a good breathing and breathe out, definitely all the problems will solve. So that is why this meditation and pranayama, yoga, all these things are very important to relax and lead a good life. So with that, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak about whatever possibilities, whatever I know from this angle. Thank you. And I've got a good experience working with Spandana, where we were giving all the casework, group work, community organization, research, action, and administration. And also we are giving, all the musical activities, therapies, everything we are giving, so that people are very happy. Whenever I go to field work on Thursday, Friday, I was giving happiness in the minds of mentally retarded and mentally illness persons at Spandana Hospital in Bangalore. So thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to share small experience of mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagarajji. You are a great inspiration, for especially persons with disabilities. They always look for certain opportunities and such an inspirations. You really stand out, and you are very much active even in social service. You are also a professional social worker and environmental activist, and you are very active member, and you have reached a very good position even in your career, also even in service organization such as international, and you are an assistant governor there. So definitely, you have achieved a lot, and we wish you all the success, and hope many will take you as an inspiration and get inspired by you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Nagaraji, for joining us, and look forward for more sessions in future. So we will do our next session. Next, we have with us Mahalakshmi Rajgopal. She is a psychologist from Delhi. We welcome you, ma'am, to the international seminar. And you can start your audio and video presentation, and you can share your experiences working with mental health. You have 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. A very good evening to one and all. I have recently relocated to Hyderabad, so I'm no longer in Delhi, and I'm presently working from Hyderabad. So before I start, I would like to thank the organizers. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
And I'm visible also, right?
Yeah.
I would like to thank the organizers for having organized this wonderful seminar where we are all speaking about mental health. And I'm truly grateful to the organizers, to Mary Florence, for having reached out to me to speak on this very important occasion. So my heartfelt gratitude to each and every organizer of this program. So when I was having this chat with Mary, and I asked her what could be the topic, so she said, "Whatever are your thoughts with regarding mental health day, that is something would be appropriate." So I would like to talk about what my thoughts are with regarding mental health, and what is it that we all need to take back as a message to our own selves, for our own families, on the occasion of Mental Health Day. Though as a country, We have really come a long way with regarding mental health. I remember when I was a student, the number of institutions, number of organizations catering for mental health services compared to what it was 3 decades ago, we have really moved ahead and forward. But still, there is a lot that we need to do with regarding being sensitized about mental health and illness. And irrespective of whether we are in the profession of mental health or not, we all as we all as Indians, we need to be willing to be sensitized about mental health and mental illness. We all know that even today there are many religious practices which are believed as the alternative for the regular system for treating mental illness. And there are still a lot of taboos attached to reaching out to a doctor, a psychiatrist, when a person in the family is suffering from a mental illness. So we need to work on all the myths, the blind beliefs, the superstitions attached to mental illness. And we need to be able to help our own selves, our own families, our own loved ones to be able to be educated, psychoeducated on what is mental illness and why it comes in. Even today, there are many situations where it's very sad. I work a lot with couples. I work in the area of marital counseling also. And when it's very sad to note that when the husband is diagnosed with a mental illness, the wife is willing to bear the cross and the family and move ahead. You know, it's okay with her. She's ready to take care of the husband who is suffering from mental illness. When the wife is diagnosed with mental illness, in most cases, even today, the man, the husband, goes in for separation, for divorce. And the responsibility of caring for this woman with mental illness falls on her aged parents. This is a sad story. This is a sad fact. And this is something which we need to change. I do agree, caring for a mentally ill person does drain you, not just financially, but also drains you emotionally. But what is the concept of family? What is the concept of love and care if we are going to just bother about our own getting drained and abandoning our so-called loved one because she is suffering from mental illness? Now, one of the reasons, I'm not saying this is the only reason which ends up as a reason for separation. One of the reasons why men opt for divorce when their woman is diagnosed with, when the wife is diagnosed with mental illness is definitely lack of education with regarding mental health and mental illness and its prognosis and how it can be treated, how the person can be made rehabilitated and can be made functional. Now, so we all as the masses, as Indians, if we are all willing to be sensitized about mental illnesses, about mental health, about mental wellness, I'm sure we can prevent many of such sad stories. We would be able to restore these mentally ill women in their own families. We can rehabilitate them within their families. We can help many a family function as normally as possible. Willingness to be sensitized about mental health and illness is something which is the need of the hour. Secondly, I would like to talk about, while we all talk about mental health, we talk about mental illness, we talk about wellness. Today, there are many life coaches, life skills coaches who talk about wellness spectrum, transcending to a higher plane of wellness, etc. But many of us, many of our loved ones remain in that part of the spectrum, which is simply the absence of mental illness. They have not reached the spectrum of mental wellness. This is again due to lack of psychoeducation, lack of awareness with regarding the need to move ahead. So if I do not have an illness, it's okay. I do not really have to bother much about my thoughts, my perceptions, my attitudes, my emotions. I'm fine here. It's okay if I'm moody. It's okay if I'm having this kind of negative attitude and I'm very extremely pessimistic, which doesn't allow me to achieve my goals. It's okay. I'm not mentally ill. Many people get stagnated in this spectrum. So it's very important for us to be sensitized. Where I'm using the word very consciously as us, because until and unless each and every one of us are willing to be receptive to the part that yes, probably there is some part, some area of mental health, mental space, which we need to be sensitized, we would not be able to go ahead as a society. So I'm very consciously saying us. So we all need to be sensitized. We all need to be aware that it is not sufficient that we are not suffering from mental illness. It is very, very important for us to be sensitized, to become mindful that are we just stagnating in the space of absence of mental illness? Then also we are not mentally healthy. We are not moving in the wellness spectrum. And mental health means just as how we are taking care of our physical health, whether you're sick or not, we feel the need for fitness. We feel the need for a healthy diet. We feel the need for a healthy environment. We do not wait to fall sick to see whether our drinks are all clean and clear and flowing. We do not wait to fall sick to check on our diet. We do not wait to fall sick to start our exercise regime. So why? Because we want to maintain and enhance our state of physical health. We need to apply the same principle for mental health too. And it is high time that we start, having more and more propaganda with regarding this space of um, expanding and enhancing our mental health to the space of mental health wellness. The third, which is something which I have come across, not with regarding just mentally ill, but in my experience when I've been working as a school counselor, I've come across this sad state of judging children with special needs, a child with intellectual disability, a child with an ASD spectrum. He or she may have certain limitations. Now, the limitations are by birth, and he or she, the child, is not at fault. But we need to remember that those are the child's special needs. And if the child is going through some kind of a meltdown, is the child going through some anger cycle, the child is going through certain behavioral issues, we have no business to judge the person. We have no business to judge the child. Now, we need to be able to embrace the child wholly. We need to be able to help the child to correct his behavior issues or support his or her emotional meltdowns, just as how we would support any other ordinary child who doesn't have a special need. Now, this has to also be applied to all adults, all people suffering from mental illness. Let's not judge a person with mental illness. How often it is very casually said, oh, that guy has got bipolar. So you never know how he's going to respond to you. Be careful when you go and talk to this guy. Or, you know what, that guy has something wrong. He's not mentally okay. So when you go, I don't think you should put him in this team. I don't think he deserves to be in this project. I mean, why does that guy who's got this, you know what, he has submitted a certificate for mental illness, but then why is he even being considered for promotion? He doesn't deserve it. All of these are judgmental statements. Let's not judge. Let us learn to embrace people suffering from mental illness. Let us learn to admire their resilience as they struggle to cope with the normal, so-called normal society. We all think that what we are doing is normal, and so we are trying to tell them, hey, you have to cope with us. So they are doing a great job trying to cope with us. So let us not judge them. They don't deserve to be judged. They deserve all of those things. If they are receiving certain special facilities, they are special facilities to enhance their functioning and help them to cope. They are not privileges. Let us not look at them as though they have been, given certain privileges and we need to envy them. No, let us not. Let us be empathetic towards functioning, mentally ill people around us. Now, the most important, till now I was talking about others, the most important on this mental health day, let us all pledge to care for our own mental health. Stop confusing mental health with spiritual practices. So many times I've come across people who will give suggestions for ADHD, for bipolar, that you go for this meditation course, they will go for that. Meditation is an intervention, one of the interventions, one of the techniques we can teach to people with emotional disturbances. Chanting, I teach meditation. I guide people in chanting too. Chanting is a very spiritual practice. Just like how we would not recommend a spiritual practice for a person suffering from jaundice or typhoid, we would suggest that they go for medicines. We would not suggest a spiritual practice for a person who needs a bypass surgery or an angioplasty. We need to apply the same principle. A person suffering from bipolar, a person suffering from schizophrenia, a child suffering from ADHD, a child suffering from ASD, they need mental health interventions from mental health professionals and not spiritual practices. The same principle needs to be applied to each one of us. If we are suffering from some psychological disorder, if we are suffering from a psychological ailment, we need a mental health intervention. Spiritual health practices is what we all need to practice. It is a must-do practice for all of us to we continue to remain in the state of wellness. When we are in the spectrum of wellness, to move ahead into higher state of wellness, when we what we call transcending, that is where spiritual practices help us. But if we have gone down the curve into the illness spectrum, then we need mental health practices. We need a mental health intervention. Let us not confuse our own states with both of whether we are in the transcending state or we are in the illness state. It is very important for us to care for our own mental health. It is very important for us to accept that just because I am a mental health professional doesn't mean that I will never need a help of a psychiatrist or a psychologist. At the end of the day, I'm a human too. I can have a chemical imbalance. I can have a meltdown which I'm not able to handle. I can go through a crisis which would need where I would need the support of a mental health professional. So let us be open to reaching out for help. Let us be open to reaching out for help to care for our own mental health. Let us prioritize our own mental health as the number one need in our lives. If we are able to care for our mental health, we are very much on the road of wellness. And if we are on the road to wellness, moving ahead into the state of transcending to the state of better wellness with the help of our spiritual practices is a very easy game. It's just a child's play. Let us be reflective and not self-critical. There's just a very thin line between being reflective and self-critical. When we are reflective, we are in the state of health and wellness. When we start continuously being self-critical, we are going down the curve. So we need to be mindful of that. Let us be humble, but not submissive. When we are submissive, we tend to suppress our emotions. When we tend to suppress our emotions, then we are creating emotional baggages. These emotional baggages are sure to cause emotional distress and interfere with our functioning. So let us learn to be humble. Let us learn to discriminate between humility and suppression. Let us learn to be compassionate towards self. We need to be compassionate towards self, but not selfish. Let us learn to be compassionate, but not selfish. We need to be aware of our spaces. Being aware of our spaces doesn't mean that we are being self-centered. We need to be aware of our spaces. We need to care for our spaces. We need to be responsible to see that there is no intrusion into our spaces. For that, we need to be clear about what our spaces are. Let us be aware of our spaces, but at the same time, let us not be arrogant and self-centered. Many a times I find youngsters in the name when they come to me for sessions and counseling and they have a lot of tips to their parents. What I realize is they misunderstand this concept of space. And because they misunderstand the concept of space, they end up being arrogant and self-centered. They forget that there are certain common spaces that we share with our loved ones. And they just ignore those common spaces. If we ignore the common spaces that we share with our loved ones, we share with our well-wishers, then also we would be in trouble. We would be going through emotional disturbances. So we need to be very aware of our spaces. We need to be very mindful of others' boundaries as well as our own boundaries. Accept yourself with your own emotional ups and downs. It's perfectly fine. What is important is we cannot keep continuously whirling and being in that swamp of emotional ups and downs. But never criticize yourself because you are having an emotional down and you are having an emotional turmoil. It's just part of life and you are human too. Be open to seeking help, to heal and to grow. This is very important. Many a time, mental health professionals have a lot of inhibitions reaching out for help. But I believe that we mental health professionals should be the first one who are ready to seek help. Encourage self and others to seek professional intervention. We as mental health professionals do definitely know the difference between just talking, listening, and seeking intervention. By seeking intervention, we are not going less, but we are actually moving towards the path of empowerment. With this, I would like to conclude my session with a simple takeaway that on this mental health day, let us all be mindful that our own mental health and wellness, transcending to the state of better wellness, should be our priority right from this moment. And we also take the responsibility of creating more awareness, more psychoeducation with regarding mental health and wellness, along with mental illness in our society amongst our own communities. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful session and wonderful insights provided by you. And you have really covered various aspects of mental health. And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in the future. Thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us. So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. We have Christina Kagan from Nigeria. She is professional social worker. Christina,
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra. I am so pleased and happy to be part of getting to speak on this great day commemorating World Mental Health Day. But I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I have learned a lot from my senior colleagues and those that I have shared on different topics. I would like to share our experience here in Nigeria, one of the countries in Africa. The issues of mental health has been a boiling issue. The experiences we go through daily makes the mental health breakdown increasing day by day. I heard some of the speakers talked about experience of COVID-19, where it made a social bond or social bond and connectedness something of the past. which has increased the great level, that has increased the level of isolation, individualism, which was not part of the African tradition or African culture. We are known for being family, for being family sensitive, being together, no individualism. So it increases our level of coping even with life stressors. But with social social connectedness reduction, it has made people more individualized, people more selfish, and people wanting their spaces more, like the last speaker talked about. That sense of togetherness, that sense of having good social support is not as strong as it used to be. So that has increased greatly the rate and the number of people breaking down daily because of isolation. They're not able to express themselves. Even when they have emotional issues, they don't even have people to talk about their issues with. And everybody is looking for his own interest and making people more isolated. Here in Nigeria, we talked about spiritualizing mental health issues. That is the problem. A lot of the times before people seek help, before people go to the hospital to seek help, it will always be late, because in the first place they have seen it. They've seen mental health their mental health condition breakdown, or their mental health condition as somebody somewhere doing it or causing it. So they don't get to seek help on time, and before they get realize that I need to see the psychiatrist or the professionals in the mental health field, it might be too late, or it might require a longer period of attention. So I am so happy to hear these different speakers talk. For worth of time, I would like to just be brief. I am happy with this platform, and I want to thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra, for giving us great opportunity to learn and to create awareness. I'm so happy to hear about the emphasis on awareness creation, education, because the issues of mental health is a long-standing issue, but the awareness and sensitization and knowledge around it is becoming very minimal, and a lot of people still associate obvious mental health conditions to spiritual practices, but either done by somebody or the patient being involved in it, and thereby causing the patient to suffer more rather than getting help and get back to functioning as he is supposed to or she is supposed to. Thank you very much. I pray and I look forward to having a world, not just a country like Nigeria, a world generally where mental health is going to be promoted to the highest level, and people will be more aware, people will be more informed and educated. And when you see people that are mentally ill, you treat them with compassion, and you treat them like you will, the compassion associated to mental illness to equal that of malaria, typhoid, and any other health condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, for sharing insights. We wish you all the success. We'll move on to next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, too. Thank you. And thank you, Mary, too, for organizing this.
As you all know, this is organized by Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts and Sciences. And this platform is exclusively dedicated for promoting sustainable development, holistic health, and well-being of all. And this platform was there since a decade and have been doing various activities. And I have been associated for a couple of years with this platform and leading the platform with the trust of all the organizing members, including I am also one of the founder member of this platform, along with other professional scientists, senior academicians, being part of our organizing committee. And we always look out various initiatives, awareness programs, online, offline, and it's really a great opportunity for everyone to come together, and such a platform where we all come together. And we also encourage young volunteers like participants. Mary also joined as a participant and now volunteering, and she's being active as part of helping the organizers. Especially we also encourage more people who are active, like even Manasa also is regularly coming ahead. So like if we take from our own where Krishna can do himself everything, but Krishna has focused on leadership. He never choose himself to be in action. He chose Arjuna, he chose Pandavas, he chose many others to be in action. That doesn't mean that Krishna cannot do himself. He is the one behind everyone. In a similar way, our gratitude will not be complete without expressing our gratitude to the ones who are really behind and who has given an opportunity for all of us. Otherwise, we all couldn't have been here in the very first place, because the entire gratitude or goes to the platform, where through that platform I am actively moderating and coordinating, and where through this platform many people like Mary or Manasa and many others got opportunity and are working. So we should never forget the ones who are behind. Not always they are in front, but the kind of trust, the kind of Krishna has trust on Arjuna, and Arjuna has profound belief and trust on Krishna. That is how the collaboration or cooperation or coordination works out. Though Krishna was never in the forefront, but always Arjuna made a point that he left no stone turned to express his gratitude and extend all the credit to Krishna. So similar way, when we look at the individual aspects of this mental health, especially various domains of health, like health being the Krishna. Now mental health can be many Arjunas, because we have many Arjunas here, like physical health, psychological health, emotional health, spiritual health, financial health, social health. So we always need to take care of health. These are various domains where, as Professor Ronald O'Neill has rightly pointed out, integrated approach or holistic approach is what is required. And we are moving. Unfortunately, that was the approach. Initially, we had mind, body, soul, and soul integration, where we were looking at the holistic aspect of health. But unfortunately, we are focusing more on medical model rather than psychosocial model or other models as a holistic perspective, because we cannot isolate a person or a client or a patient from all the other domains of health. So it is very important to look at in a holistic way whenever we are addressing a health issue or a particular issue. We always have to look in a very holistic way, and our approach should be in a holistic manner, addressing all the issues, not just mental issue will not be resolved only when we look at the mental issues aspect as an independent whole. So we always need to look at different aspects. To address mental issue, first we need to address physical issues. What is the physical problems one is facing, like especially we have seen where underdeveloped countries or, developing countries or low and middle income countries, where they have a huge crisis, especially, African and other countries where they have different set of challenges from developed countries, where we have ultra modern infrastructure facilities, and especially the underdeveloped countries have a different set of infrastructure, or where the lack of human resources, as our professor Ronald also has mentioned. There is a huge gap between resources, professionals to address various health domains, including mental health. So we all need to be collaborative, cooperative in a holistic manner, or in fact, integrated manner approach is very much required when we are approaching, different health aspects. Like if you see health, holistic health as Krishna, we have many Arjunas, and all Arjunas are being guided by the health, holistic health. So, and we have to be holistic or integrative in understanding these aspects so that we can address each domain effectively. So all our speakers have been effectively contributing, and they have really made these sessions wonderful. And we have coming up various other sessions as well with the upcoming speakers. So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. Next, we have with us Virendra Kumarji from Govind Vallappan Institute of Engineering and Technology. He is assistant professor in computer science engineering. He is also an advocate and RTA resource person. And he's very good at various domains, like especially in legal awareness, and he's very much active and constantly contributing to various legal awareness aspects, and he's one of our greatest resource person, especially at the theme of legal awareness in this series and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations in our series. We welcome you, sir. Virendra Kumarji, you can unmute yourself, start your video. And sir will be talking on Mental Health Act. Yesterday also in a conference, we had, very good detailed explanation of that. And we can have a quick roundup due to shortage of time.
Good evening, sir. May I start now, sir?
Yes, sir. You can start your audio, video.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good evening to all. I'll share my screen.
So you have 15 minutes, sir.
Sure, yes. Okay, sir. Okay. No problem. I'll complete it. It's about 9. Okay. Yes. Yesterday we have completed first 10 chapters of this Act, Mental Health Care Act 2017. Today we shall see the remaining, that is last 6 chapters. We have already seen the first 10 chapters, and we have seen that there was prior act, that is Lunacy Act 1912, and then there was another act of 1987. So both have been repealed now, and we have seen various provisions of this. So yesterday in chapter 1, we saw about preliminary. Chapter 2 was mental illness and capacity to make mental health care and treatment decisions. Then we have seen chapter 3, that is advanced directive, that is written by the patient himself or herself, how he wants to be treated or not to be treated. Then nominated representative, that is also written in the advanced directive. The rights of persons with mental illness, so some valuable rights have been conferred for the first time in India. So these rights have been legal rights now. Then duties of appropriate government. So central and state government have to undertake some appropriate duties. And Central Mental Health Authority, it's a administrative or quasi-judicial authority, and there is also a board which is judicial. So Central Mental Health Authority is described in chapter 7. Chapter 8 is about State Mental Health Authority. Chapter 9 is about their finance, accounts, and audit. Chapter 10 is about mental health establishments that can take registration from the central and state authorities. Today we shall see about the review boards onwards, that is section 73 onwards. So I'll just directly go to section 73. This constitution of mental health review boards. So this is separate from that authority. Authority is administrative or quasi-judicial, while the state authority shall by notification constitute boards to be called the mental health review boards for the purposes of this act. The requisite number, location, and the jurisdiction of the board shall be specified by the state authority in consultation with the state governments concerned. So these boards are constituted by the state governments. The constitution of the boards by the state authority for a district or group of districts in a state under this section shall be such as may be prescribed by the central government. While making rules under subsection 3, the central government shall have regard to the following: namely, the expected or actual workload of the board in the state in which such board is to be constituted, number of mental health establishments existing in the state, the number of persons in mental illness, population in the district in which the board is to be constituted, and geographical and climatic conditions of the district in which the board is to be constituted. Since there could be large number of people that are in need of, say, mental health care, so the aim of this act is to say take the mental health care up to the district or the sub-district level, and with that view, the boards are to be constituted. The composition is: each board shall consist of a district judge or an officer of the state judicial services who is qualified to be appointed as district judge or a retired district judge who shall be chairperson of the board. Representative of the district collector or district magistrate or deputy commissioner of the district in which the board is to be constituted. There is representation from judiciary as well as the executive in this board. 2 members of whom one shall be a psychiatrist and the other shall be a medical practitioner. 2 members who shall be persons with mental illness or caregivers or persons representing organizations of persons with mental illness or caregivers or non-governmental organizations working in the field of mental health. They are representative of patients. The person shall be disqualified to be appointed as the chairperson or member of the board or to be removed by the state authority if he has been convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for an offense which involves moral turpitude or is adjudged as an insolvent or has been removed or dismissed from the service of the government or a body corporate owned or controlled by the government, or has such financial or other interest as is likely to prejudice the discharge of his functions as a member, or he has such other disqualifications as may be prescribed by the central government. So these are the disqualifications. The chairperson or member of a board may resign his office by notice in writing under his hand addressed to the chairperson of the state authority, and on such such resignation being accepted, the vacancy shall be filled by appointment of a person belonging to the category under subsection 1 of section 74. That means this boards are subordinate to the authority, and they are also type of say administrative body, but orders of authority as well as the board can be challenged before the high courts. So they are supposed to be quasi judicial body. Terms and conditions of service of chairperson and members of board. The chairperson and members of the board shall hold office for a term of 5 years or up to the age of 70 years, whichever is earlier, and shall be eligible for reappointment for another term of 5 years or up to the age of 70 years, whichever is earlier. So this term is say more as compared to authority, where people are appointed for 3 years or they are nominees. Nominated members. So there are two types, ex officio as well as nominated members, as we have seen yesterday. Appointment of chairperson and members of every board shall be made by the chairperson of the state authority. The honorarium and other allowances payable to and the other terms and conditions of service of the chairperson and members of the board shall be such as may be prescribed by the central government. And there could be many such boards at say every district level. Or decisions of authority and board. So decisions of the authority or the board, as the case may be, shall be by consensus, failing which by majority of votes of members present and voting. And in the event of equality of votes, the president or the chairperson, as the may be, shall have a second or casting vote to break the tie. The quorum of a meeting of the authority of the board, as the case may be, shall be 3 members. Now the applications to board. So any person with mental illness or is nominated representative or a representative of a registered non-governmental organization with the consent of such a person, being aggrieved by the decision of any of the mental health establishment or whose rights under the Act have been violated, may make an application to the board seeking redressal or appropriate relief. We have seen that the patients have been given valuable rights, that is, right to complain is one of them. So for inadequate services or for negligence, they could file complaint or applications. There shall be no fee or charge levied for making such an application. So it shall be completely free of cost. Every application referred to in subsection 1 shall contain the name of applicant, his contact details, the details of the violation of his rights, the mental health establishment or any other place where such violation took place, and the redressal sought from the board. And in exceptional circumstances, the board may accept an application made orally or over telephone for a person admitted to a mental health establishment. Now, proceedings before board to be judicial proceedings. So all proceedings before the board shall be deemed to be judicial proceedings within the meaning of sections 193, 290, 219, and 228 of the Indian Penal Code. That means the summons of say this board can't be ignored, and it would be a criminal offense or intentional insult and disruption in the proceedings if somebody disobeys the summons of these boards. Meetings, the board shall meet at such times and places and shall observe such rules of procedure in regard to the transaction of business at its meeting as may be specified by regulations made by the central authority. So we have central authority at central level, state authority at every state level, while there are large number of boards at almost every district level, which are say judicial body. Compared to the supervisory functions that are done by central and state authorities. Now proceedings before board. So the board on receipt of an application under subsection 1 of section 77 shall, subject to the provisions of this section, endeavor to hear and dispose of the same within a period of 90 days. That is, time bound provision is given. The board shall dispose of an application for appointment of a nominated representative under clause D of subsection 4 of section 14. We have seen about that yesterday. Challenging admission of a minor under section 87 and challenging supported admission under subsection 10 or subsection 11 of section 89 within period of 7 days from the date of receipt of such application. The board shall dispose of an application challenging supported application under section 90 within a period of 21 days from the date of receipt of the application. The board shall dispose of an application other than an application referred to in subsection 3 within a period of 90 days from the date of filing of the application. The proceedings of the board shall be held in camera. That means other persons and these people are not allowed. The board shall not ordinarily grant an adjournment for the hearing. That means it is not court-like procedure where dates are given, tarikh pe tarikh, like that. So time-bound provision is there within, say, 90 days. The parties to an application may appear in person or be represented by counsel or representative of their choice. That means in-person appearance is also allowed. In respect of any application concerning a person with mental illness, the board shall hold the hearings and conduct the proceedings at the mental health establishment where such person is admitted. That means proceedings could be held within hospital also. The board may allow any persons other than those directly interested with the application, with the permission of the person with mental illness and the chairperson of the board to attend the hearing, although the proceedings are in camera. The person with mental illness whose matter is being heard shall have the right to give oral evidence to the board if such person desires to do so, and the board shall have the power to require the attendance and testimony of such other witnesses as it deems appropriate. The parties to a matter shall have the right to inspect any document relied upon by any other party in its submissions of the board and may obtain copies of the same. That means it shall be a transparent procedure. The board shall within 5 days of the completion of the hearing communicate its decision to the parties in writing, and any member who is directly or indirectly involved in a particular case shall not sit on the board during the hearings with respect to that case. That means he or she will recuse herself from that case. Central authority to appoint expert committee to prepare guidance document. So central authority shall appoint an expert committee to prepare a guidance document for medical practitioners and mental health professionals containing procedures for assessing, when necessary, or the capacity of persons to make mental health care or treatment decisions. Every medical practitioner and mental health professional shall, while assessing capacity of a person to make mental health care or treatment decisions, comply with the guidance document referred to in subsection 1 and follow the procedure specified there given by the central authority. The powers and functions of board. So subject to the provisions of this act, the powers and functions of the board shall include all or any of the following matters: to register, review, alter, modify, cancel, and advance directive written by the mental health care patient, to appoint a nominated representative, to receive and decide application for a person with mental illness or his nominated representative or any other interested person against the decision of medical officer or mental health professional in charge of mental health establishment or mental health establishment under section 87 or 89 or section 90, to receive and decide applications in respect of non-disclosure of information specified under subsection 3 of section 25, that is to maintain a right to privacy of the patients, to adjudicate complaints regarding deficiencies in care and services specified under section 28, because the applications include the complaints also, to visit and inspect prison or jails and seek clarification from the medical officer in charge of health services in such prison or jail or any custodial institution. Whether it is brought to the notice of the board or the central authority or state authority that a mental health establishment violates the rights of persons with mental illness, the board of the or the authority may conduct an inspection and inquiry and take action to protect their rights. Notwithstanding anything contained in this act, the board, in consultation with the authority, may take measures to protect the rights of persons with mental illness as it considers appropriate. So the various rights have been defined, which chapter we have seen yesterday. If the mental health establishment does not comply with the orders or directions of the authority or the board, or willfully neglect such order or direction, the authority of the board, as the case may be, may impose penalty which may exceed up to 5 lakh rupees on such mental health establishment, and the authority on its own or on the recommendations of the board may also cancel the registration of such mental health establishment after giving an opportunity of being heard. So they have penal powers also, that is 5 lakh fine, as well as say cancellation of registration. An appeal to High Court against order of authority or board, since their proceedings are considered here as judicial proceedings. So any person or establishment aggrieved by the decision of the authority or a board may, within a period of 30 days from such decision, that is the limitation period, refer an appeal to the High Court or the state in which the board is situated, and provided that the High Court may entertain an appeal after the expiry of the said period of 30 days, if it is satisfied that the appellant had sufficient cause for not preferring the appeal within the period of 30 days. And grants by central government. So central government may make to the central authority grants of such sums of money as the central government may think fit for being utilized for the purposes of this act. We have already seen on the chapter on the finance and accounts and audit yesterday. The grants referred to in subsection 1 shall be applied for meeting the salary allowances and other remuneration of the chairperson, members, officer, and other employees of the central authority, meeting the salary allowances and other remuneration of the chairperson, members, officers, and other employees of the boards, and the expenses of the central authority and the boards incurred in the discharge of their functions and for the purposes of this act. Now we come to chapter 12, that is admission, treatment, and discharge. So admission of person with mental illness as independent patient in mental health establishment. So for the since they should not be kept forcefully and that's why some decision making is involved here. So for the purposes of this act, independent patient or an independent admission refers to the admission of person with mental illness to a mental health establishment who has the capacity to make mental health care and treatment decisions or requires minimal support in making decisions. That is called as independent. That is by the patient himself or maybe family member. All admissions in the mental health establishment shall, as far as possible, be independent admission, except when such conditions exist as make supported admission unavoidable. So there should not be forcible, admission. It should be with the consent of the person, as written in the advance directive we have seen yesterday. Independent admission and treatment, that is section 86. So any person who is not a minor and who considers himself to have mental illness and decides to be admitted to any mental health establishment for treatment may request the medical officer or mental health professional in charge of the establishment to be admitted as an independent patient. That means he could be outpatient or maybe inpatient. On receipt of such request under subsection 1, medical officer or mental health professional in charge of the establishment shall admit the person to the establishment if the medical officer or mental health professional is satisfied that the person has a mental illness of a severity requiring admission to a mental health establishment. That means can't be cured like an outpatient. The person with mental illness is likely to benefit from admission and treatment to the mental health establishment. And the person has understood the nature and purpose of admission to the mental health establishment and has made the request for admission of his own free will without any duress or undue influence, and has the capacity to make mental health care and treatment decisions without support or requires minimal support from others in making such decisions. So that is provision for independent admission and treatment. If a person is unable to understand the purpose, nature, likely effects of proposed treatment and or the probable result of not accepting the treatment or requires a very high level of support approaching 100% support in making decisions, he or she shall be deemed unable to understand the purpose of the admission and therefore shall not be admitted as independent patient under this section. A person admitted as an independent patient to a mental health establishment shall be bound to abide by order and instructions or bylaws of the mental health establishment, and independent patient shall not be given treatment without his informed consent. The mental health establishment shall admit an independent patient on his own request and shall not require the consent or presence of a nominated representative or a relative or caregiver for admitting the person to the mental health establishment. And subject to the provisions contained in section 88, an independent patient may get himself discharged from the mental health establishment without the consent of the medical officer or mental health professional in charge of such establishment, since it is independent admission. So discharge will also be independent. The admission of minor. So a minor may be admitted to a mental health establishment only after following the procedure laid down in this section. The nominated representative of the minor shall apply to the medical officer in charge of the mental health establishment for admission of the minor to the establishment. Upon receipt of such an application, the medical officer or mental health professional in charge of the mental health establishment may admit such a minor to the establishment if two psychiatrists or one psychiatrist and one mental health professional or one psychiatrist and one medical practitioner have independently examined the minor on the day of admission or in the preceding 7 days and both independently conclude based on the examination and if appropriate on information provided by that the minor has a mental illness or severity requiring admission to a mental health establishment. Admission shall be in the best interest of the minor with regard to his health, well-being or safety, taking into account the wishes of the minor if ascertainable and the reasons for reaching this decision. The mental health care needs of the minor cannot be fulfilled unless he is admitted, and all community-based alternatives to admission have been shown to have failed or are demonstrably unsuitable for the needs of the minor. Only in such cases the minor shall be admitted. Now, a minor so admitted shall be accommodated separately from adults in an environment that takes into account his age and developmental needs and is at least of the same quality as is provided to other minors admitted to hospitals or other medical treatment. That means they shall be kept separate from the adults. The nominated representative or an attendant appointed by the nominated representative shall under all circumstances stay with the minor in the mental health establishment for the entire duration of the admission of the minor to the mental health establishment. In the case of minor girls, where the nominated representative is male, a female attendant shall be appointed by the nominated representative and under all circumstances shall stay with the minor girl in the mental health establishment for the entire duration of her admission. So this is special provision for female girls, minor girls. A minor shall be given treatment with the informed consent of his nominated representative. If the nominated representative no longer supports admission of the minor under this section or requests the discharge of the minor from the mental health establishment, the minor shall be discharged by the mental health establishment. Any admission of a minor to a mental health establishment shall be informed by the medical officer or mental health professional in charge of the mental health establishment to the concerned board within a period of 72 hours. And the concerned board shall have the right to visit and interview the minor or review the medical record if the board decides to do so. So the board will supervise. Any admission of a minor which continues for a period of 30 days shall be immediately informed to the concerned board. The concerned board shall carry out a mandatory review within a period of 7 days of being informed of all admissions of minors continuing beyond 30 days and every subsequent 30 days, that is monthly reviews. The concerned board shall, at minimum, review the clinical records of the minor and may interview the minor if necessary. Now there is discharge of independent patients. So the medical officer or mental health professional in charge of mental health establishment shall discharge from the mental health establishment any person admitted under section 86 as an independent patient immediately on request made by such person, or if the person disagrees with his admission under section 86 subject to the provisions of subsection 3. That means discharge is also independent. Where a minor has been admitted to a mental health establishment under section 87 and attains the age of 18 years during his stay in the mental health establishment, the medical officer in charge of the mental health establishment shall classify him as an independent patient under section 86, and all provisions of this act as applicable to independent patient who is not minor shall apply to such person. So minor may become adult and independent later. And notwithstanding anything contained in this act, mental health professional may prevent discharge of a person admitted as an independent person under section 86 for a period of 24 hours so as to allow his assessment necessary for admission under section 89 if the mental health professional is of the opinion that such person is unable to understand the nature and purpose of his decision and requires substantial or very high support from his nominated representative, that means he can't live independently, or has recently threatened or attempted is threatening or attempting to cause bodily harm to himself so that there may not be any suicide attempt, or has recently behaved or is behaving violently towards another person, or has caused or is causing another person to fear bodily harm from him, that is, he is aggressive and violent, has recently shown or is showing an inability to care for himself to a degree that places the individual at risk of harm to himself. So, person referred to in subsection 3 shall be either admitted as a supported patient under section 89 or discharged from the establishment within a period of 24 hours or on completion of assessment for admission for a supported patient under section 89, whichever is earlier. Then there is admission and treatment of persons with mental illness with high support needs in mental health establishment up to 30 days. This is called supported admission. This is separate from, say, independent admission. Since time is limited, so I'll just we shall go at a glance through just the titles of this section so that I can finish faster. Then there is admission and treatment of persons with mental illness with high support needs. So this is separate from the independent admission. This is called a supported admission. So both the types of admission are possible. Then we have section 90, that is admission and treatment of persons with mental illness with high support needs in mental health establishment beyond 30 days. That is supported admission beyond 30 days. So that comes under section 90. If a person is to be patient is to be retained for more than a month. Then we have leave of absence. So medical officer or mental health professional in charge of mental health establishment may grant leave to any person with mental illness admitted under section 87 or 89 or section 90 to be absent from the establishment subject to such conditions if any, and for such duration as such medical officer or psychiatrist may consider necessary. That means it shall not be like a prison-like treatment, but from hospital, and person shall be released if necessary. This is leave of absence, and absence without leave or discharge. So if any person to whom section 103 applies absents himself without leave or without discharge from mental health establishment, he shall be taken into protection by any police officer at the request of the medical officer or mental health professional in charge of the mental health establishment and shall be sent back to the mental health establishment immediately. The transfer of persons with mental illness from one mental health establishment to another mental health establishment. So this transfer provision is in section 93. Then emergency treatment is in say section 94. Then prohibited procedures like we have seen yesterday, electroconvulsive therapy or the shock treatment is prohibited. So that is given in section 95. The restriction on psychosurgery for persons with mental illness, that is, there shall not be any forcible psychosurgery on mental health patients. The restraints and seclusion, that means they shall not be chained or say kept like jail-like treatment, and they should be treated as patients and not criminals, and they shall not be secluded. So it will be done only if it is necessary, and that is the only means available. So only as a last resort it shall be used. So there are the prohibition of these restraints and seclusion, some restrictions on that. Then discharge planning, how the person shall be discharged. So discharge planning is in section 98. Then research, that is research on such patients. So for that the permission has to be obtained, and the professional conducting research shall obtain free and informed consent from all persons with mental illness for participation in any research involving interviewing the person or psychological, physical, chemical or medicinal intervention. And they may also obtain permission from state authority if necessary. So state authority may allow the research. So this is as far as the research is concerned. Chapter 13 is responsibilities of other agencies. The duties of police officers in respect of persons with mental illness. So if any person is found wandering, they will take that person into say custody, and they will inform immediately the magistrate, and the person will be admitted to the mental health establishment. So this is duty under section 100. Then duty to report to the magistrate, that is given in the next section. So report to magistrate of persons with mental illness and private residents who is ill-treated or neglected. Then conveying or admitting persons with mental illness to mental health establishment by magistrates. And then prisoners with mental illness, that is covered under section 103. So an order under section Prisoners Act 1900 or section 144 of Air Force Act, or under section 145 of Army Act, or under section 143 or 144 of Navy Act, or under section 330, 335 of CRPC, directing admission of a prisoner with mental illness into any suitable mental health establishment shall be sufficient authority for the admission of such person in such establishment to which such person may be lawfully transferred or care and treatment therein. So these are prisoners with mental illness. Then person in custodial institutions. So that includes all say beggar homes, orphanages, women's protection homes, and children homes. These are the custodial institutions. The question of mental illness in judicial process. If during any judicial process before any competent court, proof of mental illness is produced and is challenged by the other party, the court shall refer the same for further scrutiny to the concerned board, and the board shall, after examination of the person alleged to have mental illness, either by himself or through a committee of experts, submit its opinion to the court, so that there is no misuse of this under chapter 4 of the Indian Penal Code. And chapter 14 is restriction of to discharge functions by profession not covered by provision. This act has only one section, 106. It says that no mental health professional or medical practitioner shall discharge any duty or perform any function not authorized by this act, or specify or recommend any medicine or treatment not authorized by the field of his profession. That means people who are taking some treatment, superstitious treatment. So all these superstitions or other types of treatments are prohibited by this chapter and this section 106. Then we have chapter 15, offences and penalties. So penalties for establishing or maintaining mental health establishment in contravention of provisions of this act. So for this there is a penalty up to 5 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for first, and then it may exceed. So 50,000 for initial offense, it may exceed up to 2 lakh rupees, and it may say exceed up to 5 lakh rupees. That is from 2 to 5 lakh rupees for subsequent or repeat offenses. The penalties for establishing or maintaining mental health establishment in contravention of provisions of this act. So again there is penalty. So 25,000 rupees penalty is there. Then punishment for contravention of provisions of the act or rules or regulations made thereunder. So rules have been notified in 2018. This act was enacted in 2017. Rules are in 2018, and regulations of central authority and state authority, these have been enacted in 2020. So now rules and regulations are also under force. We shall not enter into details of them. And offences by companies. So here the company office bearers can be similarly prosecuted. And chapter 16 is miscellaneous. So power to call for information. So central government and state government have power to call for information. Power of central government to issue direction under section 111. Power of central government to supersede central authority. So they may take over the powers of central authority if necessary. So it can supersede. The power of state government to supersede state authority. This is similar to section 112. So state government may supersede state authority because these are, say, administrative bodies contrary to the boards, and special provision for states in northeast and hill states. So for the 8 northeast states, that is Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim, there is provision that some time limits have been say extended. So these are the special provisions, and these are valid only for 10 years. So these provisions have been there, and these extend. So provisions of this section shall cease to have effect on the expiry of period of 10 years from the commencement of this act, except as respects things done or omitted to be done before such cessor, and upon such cessor, section 6 of the general clauses Act 1897 shall apply as if this act had been repealed by central act. That means these are just transitory provisions, so that they are given 10 years time to comply with the provisions. So they have some extra time limit. And this provisions of clauses B to G can also be extended to the states of Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir, and the Union Territories of Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. These are the hilly states. So states in northeast and hill states have this special provision. And presumption of severe stress in case of attempt to commit suicide. This is actually the section that decriminalizes commitment of suicide. So all the this is not repealed, but it is superseded. So notwithstanding anything contained in section 309 of IPC, any person who attempts to commit suicide shall be presumed, unless proved otherwise, to have severe stress and shall not be tried and punished under the said code. And the state appropriate government shall have duty to provide care, treatment, and rehabilitation to a person having severe stress and who attempted to commit suicide to reduce the risk of recurrence of attempt to commit suicide. So this is very important section that decriminalizes this. Then bar of jurisdiction. So no civil court shall have jurisdiction to entertain the suit or proceeding in respect of any matter which the authority or the board is appointed by or under this act to determine, and no injunction, that is stay order, shall be granted by any court or other authority in respect of any action taken or to be taken in pursuance of any power conferred by or under this act. Only the orders can be challenged before the High Court. The transitory provisions are there. So central government may make some transitory provisions. Chairperson, members, and staff of authority and board to be public servant. That means they can be prosecuted for corruption, etc. Protection of action taken in good faith. So whoever acts under the authority of this act, so the protection of action taken in good faith is there, so that they can work without any fear or favor. Act to have overriding effect. So this, whenever there is any say inconsistency, so provisions of this act shall have overriding effect over any other law for the time being in force. And power of central government and state government. So they have wide rule making powers. Actually, central government has more powers. State government has some less powers. So these rule making powers are given section wise, subsection wise. These are all detailed in the section 121. And subsequently, the rules have been enacted in 2018. And power of central authority to make regulations. So these regulations have been made in 2020 under this act. This is under 122. Then power of state authority to make regulations. So state authorities can make their own regulation. And laying of rules and regulations. So they shall be laid before the parliament or state legislature. And power to remove difficulties. So after implementation of this act, if any difficulty arises within 2 years, so this can be removed by removal of difficulties order by the central government. Repeal and saving. So the previous act is repealed. This is the last section.
We are exceeded, so yes. We don't have time as of now. Already
yes,
we
yes. It is already completed. So yes, I am coming to references, and these are some of the Bollywood movies of the past 20 years on this theme of mental illness. So thank you all. So that concludes this Mental Health Care Act, and I'm thankful to Dr. Linda for giving me the time to make this presentation. I have already taken half an hour. So let us stop here today. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. I know this is a very big, these all acts and laws, rules and regulations need a lot of time, but we always have to be with the time restrictions. So anyway, once again, we thank you. Maybe we will take it up on some other day also, which whatever is remaining. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you to Holistic Health Foundation India and she Center for Art, Science and Well-being for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, once again for joining us, and we wish you all the success for future endeavors and look forward for more sessions.
Thank
So
you.
we will move on to our next speaker for the day. We have with us Dr. Chandrakala Diyali ma'am from Amity University, Delhi, Noida, Delhi, and she is a senior assistant professor. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself. You can start your video and presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening to all the participants. Ravindra sir, the organizer. Today. So, in the evening only I understood, I got to know that I have to present, and by evening, by the time we did our faculty meeting and all, so since Delhi NCR is getting heavy downpour, so I was feeling little sickly, so I would not want to. I request the organizer Ravindra sir to permit me to keep my camera off. Yeah, because I'm not well. So, but yes, I would be presenting on mental health issues. That is, I would be focusing on all the life stages, in the sense, especially I'll be focusing on adolescent, because that's where you've got to really take care as far as mental health is concerned. And then at present time and then onwards. So, mental health issues. When we are talking about this mental health issues, all that we have to think about is that means they're feeling, thinking, somebody's feeling, thinking, and perception, attitude is not right. That means somebody is not feeling good. Because somebody's pattern of thinking is not going good. So why is it all problem there? So I, as per my elaborate studies, I could understand. I have done a deep study on mental health on geriatric group, that's elderly group. And today I'll be focusing more on adolescent. I'll reflect on the elderly group as well. So, why mental health issues is because things are not going good. First thing is where we are living, the environment, that has become very, very, challenging. It's a challenge, a race. You get to see your parents racing, you get to see if your parents, children racing. There is a race, very, very unprecedented race, and race for what? Even the educational institutions, the political institutions are racing for something, and race is to reach, to accomplish the goal. So now when we are focusing on accomplishing the goal, we have to understand what is the objective of accomplishing the goal. That means, why would we want to reach to that goal? What is our objective? And people have failed to answer what is the objective, because our very existence as a human being is for, because the divine, we believe, that divine has given us everything to be happy on this earth. But the race for, we don't know the objective, what is the race for, right? Earlier, we thought it is just, about everybody should be aware about every issues. So we started racing for educating people, educating children. And then now we have started racing for quality of education. Yes, now we are started racing for internationalizing everything, globalized education. So in that we have forgotten what is the very objective of education. We are trying to achieve comfort, yes, at our homes, in the office, in our lives. We are trying to make space for ourselves to, you know, so we are trying to concretize every space that we are getting around. So that means our green belt is tapering down. Our green belt is no more. So that is giving alarming other kind of problems, right? Global warming, carbon sink is not there, diversity is degrading. So many issues are coming up, right? So we have to understand what is this race all about. Today, let us make this, forum a very meaningful forum to make each one of us understand that what is our very objective. See, what is our very objective of living? Our very objective of living is to live a happy life, to live a very giving life, to live a life of compassion and adan pradan, we call it in our language. That means to give and take, right? And the very nature, gives us the example. That is, nature is the epitome that teaches us how do you live by giving and taking, sacrificing few of yours and receiving few of others. But today we have become so individualized. Our society has become so individualized that we have failed to understand we live because others are living too. We live because speechless animals and floras and faunas are around us. We fail to, kind of understand and acknowledge and respect the very phenomena of coexistence and very objective of our living. Our very objective of living is to, the goal has to be, self-actualization. That means, and then welfare for all, well-being of all. Why Gandhiji has taught us Burana mano, Burana dekho, Burana suno, Burana bolo. Because you should, if it is Bura also, you try to cover up in a way that would be having a lot of space to mend, right? So why has he given that teaching is so that burai, the evils, would lessen up. And that is the very reason that we celebrate Diwali, Dashera. That means the victory of good over the evil. But human race have been indulging in all the evils. That's for the reason mental health problem has become a serious issue today. Why? Because each section of the population is looking for our own identity, our own individualized identity. There is a family, which is an institution, a very primary, source of socialization for the child. But today, as an educator and as a faculty who's teaching social psychology, counseling, human growth and development. Today, I get to see many students sharing with me their inside. They are having an anxiety attack. And just 2 days before Dashera, weekends have been very, very bad because I had to take care of the a student who suffered with anxiety attack because I was teaching anxiety in the class, and she happened to relate with that. And then she started today, she shared with me today. I held a session with her because I could not then hold the session. So why everyone is suffering? And if not today in this generation, we are able to teach to, globalized, to kind of have sanctity, to have happiness, to focus on emotional quotient, and to focus on the well-being of all, it would be late by the time tomorrow comes, because every third person is suffering with mental health problem. If you look into the geriatric life, the old elderly, they are suffering with loneliness, they are suffering with lack of respect, lack of dignity in their own household. So being educated, having a good GDP, much better than the first 5-year plan, when all of the maximum people, the degree of the mental health issues and the number of mental health issues, if it is rising up, it is alarming. That means we as a society is failing. We as a society is not able to focus on something that is calling us, right? That means in order to have a sanctity in family first. Now, when I'm talking about family, family is what? The very basis of family is, I have a family. I think most of you who are listening to me have family. Nothing comes. Then first is the sacrifice. Sacrificial, we've got to understand, empowering each other is sacrificing your sleep, sacrificing your comfort, sacrificing your comfort zone, sacrificing a little bit of your career, and so many things. But today, in today's world, the woman in the house is going ahead, marching ahead towards her own identity, finding her own identity. The husband is racing again because he has to ensure all the resources comes in a right amount, right quality, right time into the house. And the children, they are confused who to look up to because both of them are not there at home. So who to learn? Because and after this couple tired, they come back, they are not left with energy, and there are a lot of clashes. And women, I must say, not only working women at home, I'm indulging in interacting with many women, like my students, mothers and all, because I'm taking care of their mental health issues. So it becomes a necessity for me to interact with the parents and the children. Most of the children are, the logic, I'm not revealing the name because confidentiality is important, but students in Amity University, they are revealing that it's because of the constant parents, fights, argument, we are not able to focus. And it's enough. 9 years of my tolerance, ma'am, it has gone up above my head. So they are racing for something. Mama is, then when I ask them, what does mama do? Does she go out to kind of go out for work? They say, most of them, they say they are homemaker. So now where is the problem? The one who is searching for the identity, the woman, she's also having the problem. and one who's settled nicely at home and being fetched by husband is all again having problem, and she's having constant fight with the husband who's striving hard outside. Is it lack of understanding? Is it lack of trust, or is it lack of respect or dignity for each other? So what could be the cause? That we have to focus on. So as far as mental health is concerned, it we always think about mental health, okay, it is only with the geriatric because they are all weak and they are not powerful as young people, adolescent people. They are the ones who are kind of center of attraction, so they are not supposed to have any mental health issues and all. We feel, oh, children are not having any engagement, so they are not supposed to have mental health issues. But I must reveal here, mental health issues starts with prenatal stage. When your mother herself, I must have spoken this many a times while presenting on this platform, mental health issue has become a problem because the mind of a mother who is bearing the child herself is not calm. And I myself, being the mother of two kids, I know how it takes to be a calm, cool, and consolidated mother, the one who's ready to give uh, another human being a birth. So it is very, very necessary that we check on mental health issues of a woman who is planning to have a baby, the parents' health. If you are indulging in prenatal counseling, postnatal counseling, you know uh, anything to do with women, please let them know that they have to be calmer, they have to be more composed, and they have to learn to deal with situation in a manner that would calmly solve the problem. And that would be taught very well by our dadis and dadas, because they have such great resilience. Today, we are failing to understand the meaning of resilience. And even if I have to give you data, the World Health Organization has said globally 1 in 7 10 to 9 years old experiences a mental disorder, accounting for 13% of the global burden of disease in this age group. Now, why in this age group? Because we are failing to make them understand the very objective of studying, the very objective of doing something, some task. We are just trying to be so ambitious to make them do one and all without focusing what is the objective of the child to indulge in that activity. Yes, creativity would help you to have a great career, and you are putting the child into painting and all that. It's fine, but look into the interest of the child as well. That is very important. And you have to make sure that the home environment, socialization of the child is being taken care, because home, family, the mother and father, importantly, very, very I mean, there is no gender biasness here, but when it comes to reality, it is mother who's going to do everything. Everything is centered around mother, and mother it revolves around what? Husband. So, and husband, that means his family. So all these families are like shells of eggs. We have to protect the woman like the egg yolk. We have to protect her because she is the center of the family. She is the nourisher, she is the nurturer. So she would make mistake because she has never been a mother. So she is a source of socialization for the child, that mother needs to be given ample of time to interact with the child, to observe the child, to be happy with the child, to have idle time with the child, and to socialize with the child, to teach her, to observe her. So depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorder are among the leading causes of illness and disability among adolescents. Now, this adolescent group, all of you know, it starts with teens, right? Teen ages 13 to 18, right? This actually we keep it as per JJ Act, as per UNCRC and all, they define the children as the group which are below 18 years. But adolescent group is this group where they are bursting out with hormones, where they are at the receiving end, where they are trying to either make or break. So from the prenatal stage to the stage where they are infant, child, toddlers, child, and then adolescent, these phases so important. If you are having children in your house, we've got to understand there are differences, because people from two cultural background, if it could be same religion, maybe Hindu religion, same religion, but their culture is different. The two different people from different family with different experiences are trying to adjust under the same roof. So it takes a time. It's a group work. If it's one of the method of social work where we teach our students, forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. There's 5 stages, right? Where people would come together. It's like same form. You form a family, and then storming. Lot of clashes would be there because there are differences. Obviously, you love each other so much, but hence you have to face the adjustment problem. There'll be conflict, but try and resolve. Have a resilience to resolve it amicably, because your focus is on keeping the relationship intact, and that's what our forefathers and our elderly, they teach us the meaning of resilience. How to, even though there are storms in the family, even though there are a lot of crises in the family, how to keep it calm, cool, and let the family go, run, run without any crumble. Our elderly, they teach us. That's for the reason government is emphasizing on joint family. So why our children are depressed? Why today half the children are coming to me as a pre-COVID, things were all right. I was teaching in Delhi University. Very few children had, there were about 90% of the children who used to come for financial problem. Ma'am, we don't have resources, because it was a government, central government. DU is a central government, university. So their financial problems were there. But today, in Amity University, it's a private university. It is one of the leading university. But why children are suffering with anxiety, behavioral disorder, depression is, it's because of the hyper consumerism as well. Because you want to the parents wants to possess is everything has to be right. Your family has to be intact, your career has to be very best, you have to have everything in the house, you need to have a very good status in the status of the family. So the very race of being quote unquote perfect is leading us to crumble down as a society, crumble down as a family. We are not letting the children understand the meaning of resilience with our own experience of resilience. Even though we have less of resources, how to go along as a family. Even though we have little less of food, how to go along as a family by sharing it. The one of the parent has lost the job, both the parents have lost the job. How to be resilient enough for the younger child, the child who are in the, you know, the perfect age group, the adult children? How do we become ready to skill up ourselves with our own, you know, I mean, interest? There are many things that the parents of today have to teach the children, and the teaching has to be not, the human values should not be taught there as a course in the university. That's what we are doing, human values. You know, we are teaching as two credit unit course, but it should be, the course should be through their socialization in the family, right? The depression, anxiety, behavioral disorder, why is it happening that today I'm getting to see my children chopping their hand every now and then, burning themselves with cigarette, harming themselves, committing suicide, you know, attempting to commit suicide and all? Why? And suicide is the fourth leading cause of death among 15 to 29 years old. So here I talk about adolescent, but above 18, that means adult age, you know, adult, that means pre-adult age, you know, age group, that means above 18 to 29. Imagine, this is the early adulthood. These people are also having a severe problem, and that's fourth in number as far as WHO is concerned. Suicidal tendency, you know, self-harming. Why? Because there is no peace on the mind. There is no peace anywhere. There is a cutthroat competition. There is you know, a race for achievement. So how are we supposed to make our children more calmer, more composed, but still like a, you know, uh, like a good, what do I say, you know, tortoise and a rabbit, you know, that example is there. Go a little slower, but yes, reach to your destination. You don't have to race. There is nothing that you are going to achieve. Things will happen in its own time, perfect time. But you have to keep going slowly and gradually. If you try to race, you know, lot of damages would be there, the health damages, family crumbling down. So all that, I today I want to use this forum to tell everyone to have a sense of understanding the time, sense of understanding, you know, how to do it, how to do the things in the right way, and how to lead the family in the perfect right way, so that we are calmer as a mother. We are not enforcing our children, but we are encouraging children. We are not pressurizing children, but we are giving them lot of horizon of choices to make from what they could be good at. And there are, you know, this many platforms are giving us opportunities that way. If you are having a high IQ, go for, you know, there are platform on the television as well. There are platform everywhere, you know. Yesterday only I was just watching one movie, Sallu, you know, Sallu, I think it's Sallu, I am Sallu or something. It's a movie of Vidya Balan, you know. All that movie is teaching is, you know, she is trying to do something, and finally she's hired as a RJ, and then she's doing great overnight, and then people are giving her claps after claps, and then, you know, people are trying to popularize her, and you know, trying to make her extraordinary, and by giving her, you know, acknowledgement and all that, and she's overnight a big star. And then her son is not doing good in studies. There are disturbances in the family because she's occupied somewhere, you know. So all that scenario, and the husband is not doing great in the job place, and he is rejected there. He was doing great, but suddenly he faces rejection. And then there is a night duty of RJ, and she tries to push herself to do achieve everything. And then finally the husband is listening, the both the side, the wife side, Badyabalan's maternal side, and this the husband side, they are against her. You are going for night duties and all this. If you want to become RJ, then you do of the daytime, not the night time. Child needs you, and these that. And they have a big fight to an extent that they are about to divorce. And then finally they come to, the child is totally lost in all those fights, and he leaves the house because he is already got into trouble in the school. And then he leaves the he leaves home. And then, and I think uh, he's rejected by the school also, and he is suspended from the school. And then he is given some time limit to improve himself, and he feels so rejected and dejected. And he leaves the house, and he runs towards the, because parents start howling at him and all. He was a good child. And then he runs to at night to the school, and then he takes a shelter there. And in the morning, they people find him there in the school. And he pleads to the principal and teachers not to suspend him, because he is a good child and he has a scope to become a good child. Why? Because we have not considered as why the child is indulging in all that, first of all. And and he is so miserable. He feels so miserable, and finally he is caught there and he is brought. And then finally all this, both the families are howling at the couples and all. You people are troubling the child. That's for the reason child has come to this level, that he's leaving the house and these that and all. And finally they realize that husband and wife is the only way out. When these people, they try to talk it to each other, that how we can have a good, how family life along with our good career. And they decide to open a tiffin. He leaves the she leaves the RJ job, because she cannot get the daytime RJ ship. And then she leaves it and she starts with the tiffin job, and there they get successful. And then afterwards, after a while, they come to that point that they are fitting with each other so well. They are able to run the tiffin job also, and she's able to join the night duty as RJ, because she's so popular, she's demanded there in the office. And then the boss takes her back. So the very essence of that movie is letting the parents understand how they can support each other. There is a crisis, yes, because our very nature of family, the very setup of family system was one for the home, one for the outside. But today, when we are racing for our own individualism, our own individual identity, as a woman, there is something that woman needs to understand as well. All this while men were looking after the household, to get the fetch the resources. Now woman stepping out, you have to understand, if there is a calling in the family, you need to give up sometimes. There are, my own colleagues and all, they are crying, their babies, 8 months babies, they are living at home and they are working. There is no one, there is physically challenged mother-in-law looking after the child, and they are at the miserable state. And all I can tell them is, I sacrificed for a few years, why not you? Because you are the one. Children never decided to come to you, you decided to be their parents. So it is you who has to handle. And it is with the bang on the table, I am allowing all the women who are working, please change your mind. It is not your identity, it is men's identity as well. It is not women who had been doing, it's men who had been taking care as well. So when we are searching for another identity, we have to understand there is another person who had been looking after the family in a best possible manner, because when we as a woman were at home, see, my mental health is okay. Why? Because I had a homemaker sitting at home and giving us the best of the childhood. She ensured that with her calmness, with her resilience, with her competence, because she blossomed herself as a mother. She blossomed herself as a mother. She was never a born a mother. She experienced through her experiences, and then she developed herself to give us the best. My father, being the only earning member of the family, he fetched us everything. That's for the reason we are so well qualified. All the 5 kids are doing good. Why? Because my mother resilience was there, my father resilience was there. The same way, today when I'm working with, on a warring foot with my husband, I have to understand that me as a woman have stepped out. So me as a woman has to, understand everything. There would be a change in the structure in the family and functioning in the family. And we have to understand, as a working woman also, you can always be a sacrificial woman. You have to sacrifice few things. As a woman, you have to understand and listen to your husband. As a woman, you have to listen to your children. As a man, you have to listen to your wife. So that's how the compatibility is built up. When we are trying to change the very structure, the functioning has to be changed accordingly. That's for the reason today the advertisement are showing where the utensil, the soap and all is been advertised by men, not the woman. The washing soap and all is being advertised by women, which was the domain of men, which was the domain of women. Why? Because gender parity. So when it is coming to gender parity, that the family, and it only happens, you would be bringing in lot of sanctity with your identity, with your husband identity. You have to bring in the best for your child, and that you have to make it a point to do it, because you as a human being is associated with your families. And if we are working mothers, that means there is a extended family, because when we are getting married to a man, we are getting married with the whole family. So this one I'm failing to understand. Loads of children are sharing with me, because Dadi has joined us, so hence is a problem in the house. Because Nanaji has joined, so there is a problem that has erupted. So why existence of elderly people is causing a problem? Because of their hardship, you are here. We have to understand that. And earth is round, you are going to fall down to that same age group, and you would be revolving around the same problems, challenges and all that, and then you would be needing your children. So today we have to understand mental health problem is only because of our selfishness, because of our search for our cutthroat search of our own identity, search for our own accomplishment. We are not understanding that boon say a drop of water is going to fill up the barrel. That we are not understanding. In the job place also, we've got to understand that everybody has a challenge of their own, and in the time of challenge and crisis, we've got to stand for each other, and that culture has to come up. That's for the reason, you know, I have many things to discuss with you know I'm just looking for I'm not getting a chance. I'm supposed to write an article, and that I'm going to send it to PMO. That, you know, when you are leading the country, you have to lead in a way that you would understand. आपको वाकिफ होना है कि आप एक एक फैमिली से जुड़ रहे हो. And when you are as a leader, as a prime minister, getting attached with each family, that means all the challenges and problems of the family comes along. And you have to understand, if there is a work, there is a duty at home too, because that is one of the institution of our society, that is family, right? So along with other institution, it is very, very important that families should be given time. And that's for the reason many of the countries are proposing for 3 days of weekends and only 3 days of, only 4 days of work. Why? Because family is, when family is happy, the workplace is happy, because happy people are joining you. And happier the people, productivity would be enhanced. And when we have each person, per head person, is giving you good productivity, that means the office flourishes. The office goes to the second level. And then if happy mother and happy father leads to happy children. So we are the origin of many things. Inside us is the whole universe. Not only inside, Ganeshji, there was whole Brahmand, but Brahmand is within us too. So consequences of failing to address adolescent mental health condition extend to adulthood, impairing both physical and mental health and limiting opportunities to lead fulfilling lives as adults. See, this is being declared by World Health Organization. What I have spoken. See, you know, this is the that they have, and this is the research of my whole life, my experiential this research, and my research in the field. That we have our whole universe we are carrying as a human being, as an individual. So it becomes our duty to give and give and give, which universe is doing. They are not taking any, the sun is not taking anything from us. The moon is not taking anything from us. The soil is not taking anything from us until we die. But are we giving maximum to earth? Are we giving maximum to children? Are we answerable to the unborn children and the, post the delivery? We are not at all sensible. You know, these days the fights after domestic violence, this, that. As a man, if you are, the domestic violence has even a big cause, because women are not understanding the men. You know, women at home are somehow, you have to, yes, understand, you are handling the whole universe there as a home. Home is again a big system. Yes. So along with that, a woman has to understand that there is another set of universe which is being taken care by your husband, and universe which is being controlled by the bosses. You know, there are layers of bosses, boss after boss, boss after boss. So we have to understand as a homemaker too, to give a kind word, to present yourself in a kinder way, to receive them when they come back home in a kinder manner. Then only the system, whole system of family, the whole institute of family would be intact. Then nobody on earth, no UN, nobody is needed in order to have a resilience or to have a good family life. Because our parents were not as well educated as us today. Our great grandparents were not well educated. What they had is the conscience, the understanding, the resilience, the forgiveness, all these virtues and values, they were intact. I remember now what, I read Quran, I read Bible, I read, Gita, I've read since my childhood. So, Bible, I was just reading this, Adam and Eve were told by, God not to touch that greenest or beautiful
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
fruits there, from that tree.
Ma'am?
Because, and the serpent tells, this beautiful tree is this beautiful tree and beautiful fruit God is not letting you eat. Hello.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. It's almost 45 minutes. So,
Okay, I'm just letting. So, sir, I will just conclude now.
yeah, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
So, it is very, very important now. It's almost time. I've taken lot of time. So, all I want to tell is, how to promote and prevent the mental health issues is to strengthen an individual capacity to regulate emotion. That means we need to have resilience, and we should know how to control our emotion, to check on our emotional burst as well. Alternatives to risk-taking behavior, we should not take a lot of risk. We have to be controlled. We have to check on our steps, and we have to see every pros and cons before we decide. Build resilience for managing difficult situation. So there are difficulties. If we have life, life comes with the gifts. A gift is both bad and good. So bad gift also we've got to accept with lot of control of our mind, lot of presence of our mind, and then to kind of overcome it and adversities, and promote supportive social environment and social network. That means, if we have to be answerable to each other, if it is parents, we've got to understand, we have to timely let our children understand the pros and cons. As a children, you have to make the parents understand what are their needs, what are their requirement, their desire, so that there is a proper flow of communication in the family. And then there'll be less of mental health problem, there'll be more of happiness, there'll be more of resilience, and more of kind of what do I say, this emotional quotient that we would be letting people to flourish in. With this, I thank Ravindra sir for having given this platform to me. Thank you all the participants. Good night from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really very insightful session. Actually, we couldn't feel the time has passed so much, but there was some disturbance in the past few minutes, with the mic somehow. So that got distracted a little bit. But anyway, I think you really gave very good insights, especially when coming to different mental health aspects. from adolescence, from birth to geriatrics, or from pediatrics to geriatrics, I would say. So it was very much, these things are very essential, as you have rightly pointed out, to be observed and considered and to be adapted accordingly. This was very insightful, and I hope everyone has great insights, but due to time constraints, we have to limit ourselves. Once again, we thank you for joining us and sharing your valuable insights, ma'am. We wish you all the success. And in spite of not being well, you have very well presented, taken good time, and very well presented. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. So we shall be concluding for the day, and we thank everyone, each one of you, especially the presenters, speakers, and the participants, without which definitely this wouldn't have been successful. So we had very good deliberations today, though I also attended various programs since morning commemorating mental health, but this has been very unique, though not as an organizer, but we have seen various presentations which are of more of subjective nature, more on subject nature, not subjective nature, but these sessions have been really thrown a practical, aspects of not more of, though covering the theoretical aspects, but all the sessions, each one of session has really gave insights into the practical aspects, how speakers, presenters experience in terms of mental health as part of their profession, as part of their personal experience. It was really wonderful. And I thank everyone, each one of you all, speakers, presenters, for taking out valuable time and spending so much time with us together by contributing and gaining insights. And we have raised feedback form, overall feedback form for all the sessions for the entire international seminar. Kindly fill the feedback form. It is mandatory for getting certificate. And for those who stayed till some time before but couldn't fill the feedback form, you ensure that you register your details. Hope they have registered, I think. If not, if they can register, and based on their attendance and their data, registration data, if similar data is available in the registration data, as per the attendance, we'll map and issue the certificates. Otherwise, you can register. If not registered, have directly joined. I'm sharing the registration link once again. So you can fill the feedback form. After filling up, you can also register. Registration is mandatory because that will help us to maintain records, and as well as the feedback, so that we know how we performed and where there is scope for improvement. And now I invite Manasa. For vote of thanks.
Very good evening to one and all. I, Manasa, thank Dr. Ravindra sir, moderator and coordinator, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to express my gratitude and propose vote of thanks. First of all, we thank Dr. Ravindra sir and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing. Also moderator and coordinator of International Seminar for organizing, inviting and conducting sessions in an excellent and organized manner. And not only that, giving everyone a wonderful opportunity to gain loads of knowledge, irrespective of the topics, and enjoy insights. Without their efforts, this couldn't have been possible. And also, I would like to thank all our valuable and wonderful session speakers of the international seminar today. Firstly, Dr. Ravindra sir, regarding the topic Mental Health Day and Mental Health Awareness Month and importance of making mental health and well-being for all a global priority and sustainable development. Yes, mental health is very important at every stage of life, and it also helps us to work productively and also realize our full potential and how to cope up with the stress levels in life. Thank you, sir, for throwing us wonderful points. It's been really very informative and very motivated and knowledgeable session. And coming to the next session speaker, Sweetie Chain Birla ma'am. As per ma'am observations, the parenting is very important and how the role of parenting has to be progressed in the children mental health. Not only that, due to lack of etiquette issues, what are the problems being raised and how to balance a wonderful mental health. Thank you, ma'am. It's been really wonderful observations. Thank you. And coming to the next speaker, Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer, ma'am, on the topic, overcome to become. Yes, we do have a number of problems and a number of challenges in our day-to-day life. How we supposed to overcome the challenges and how we should convert the negative feelings or the negative stress to positive things. And the 10 wonderful nuggets, which really works well to balance our mental health. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us wonderful points. It's been really very insightful session. And coming to the next session speaker, Aarti Makarma. As per ma'am observations, self-healing is the thing which really plays a major role to maintain a wonderful mental health. And not only that, every day we should encourage ourselves with a beautiful word called, I am blessed. And practicing certain things like doing meditation and yoga will really improve our mental health like anything. Yes. And also removing the complaints or the negativity things from mind will really improve our mental health. Thank you, ma'am, for providing us wonderful points. And the next session speaker, Muthaya Ramanathan sir. Yes, World Health Organization, as per World Health Organization, physically, mentally, socially well-being, and also the psychosomatic law, the tensions and the level of perception and the utility of the electronic gadgets, how it really affects on our mental health. And also knowing the positive and negative cons of us will really improve our mental health. And not only that, we have many sources, n number of sources, but we should really realize literally we are utilizing the things in a proper manner. It's been really very insightful session, sir. And coming to the next speaker, Sangeeta Vasudevan ma'am, both the mind thoughts and also the body coordination will play as a major role in mental health. On top of that, we should not discriminate anyone. We should spread our love to everyone to maintain and promote a better mental health. Of course, if we maintain a healthy diet, we can reduce the stress levels indirectly and we can increase the mental health in a positive manner. Thank you, ma'am, for providing us wonderful points. And coming to the next session speaker, Ronaldo, sir. So firstly, focused on integrated healthcare and behavioral health, and how the COVID-19 impacts us in many ways, troubled us. So to improve the mental health, we need to change the behavior and also to reduce or to minimize the depression levels, we have to change our behavior. And not only that, educating and giving a proper training to the nurses. Tell them just go and interact with the patients in a fruitful manner so that we can indirectly help them to maintain a better mental. Thank you, sir. It's been really very insightful points. Thank you. And coming to the next session speaker, Nagaraju, sir, based on the topic mental health and disability. Yes, accessible and affordable has to be maintained. In our life, we go through many phases like actions and decision making, how we supposed to balance the emotions and life, and how we supposed to cope up with the things, removing all the negative attitude from the mind and filling the thing with a good corner and reducing the stress, because it's the major factor. Because of that, it's getting disturbed. So we should encourage ourselves in many ways. Positivity is the one thing which improves our health in many ways. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful points. And coming to the next session speaker, Mahalakshmi Rajgopal ma'am, willing to be sensitized and yes, educated well on mental health wellness. And we should not really judge anyone because it disturbs them in many ways. Learn to admire them and giving them a little privilege. Giving will also helps them to make them pretty comfortable with us, and all the time be mindful and be humble and don't ignore the common spaces. Thank you, ma'am, for throwing wonderful points. And the next session speaker, Christina, ma'am, on the mental health in Nigeria, Africa, how the COVID placed during the pandemic situations, what are the breakdowns of the persons has been raised and the problems has been raised by them. I explained well in a very detailed manner. Thank you, ma'am. And coming to the next session speaker, Virendra Kumar, sir. As per the sir observations, the responsibilities and the role of other agencies and how also including the government, they are taking care of mental health issues, and also the medical officers based on many sections and criteria, how they are taking care on mental health issues. Thank you, sir, giving us a wonderful session by sharing us what are the sections and what are the things and what are the roles played by them in a detailed manner. And coming to the next session speaker, Dr. Chandrakala ma'am, regarding the mental health issues. Ma'am firstly focused on adolescents and elderly group. How the environment and surroundings really challenging with us in many ways, how it is really troubling us, and the quality of education, the lead of it, and also the personal experiences which actually shared by ma'am regarding student. And due to the lack of respect and lack of dignity, how it is really troubling other persons, and also how to deal with any kind of situations in our day-to-day life. It's been really wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you so much. And once again, I thank Dr. Ravindran sir and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing for this wonderful opportunity to propose vote of thanks and also to be a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations and international seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Manasa. And thank you, Mary, for actively being part in helping the organizers.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you all the participants, speakers for joining us and sharing your wonderful insights. I know we were ahead of time, 36 minutes as scheduled. And thank you once again for everyone joining us, and see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock for another wonderful session. Take care. Good night. Before leaving the platform, if anyone hasn't yet filled the feedback form, kindly fill up the feedback form